Okay, judges, we are ready with you guys to go over the ballots.
So you're going to be scoring
1 to 5.
So 5 would mean it's matching reference as well as you could possibly expect a display to match the reference. And it cannot be based on preference.
Right. Everything has to match the BVM. We have different categories, of course. So we have we have 1080p and we have 4K, but we have the test patterns, standard test patterns. And once we go through the patterns, we're going to show real content that's associated with that actual pattern group, so that we can match what we see on a pattern to the actual content, real life content.
Well, that was a very nice introduction, and thanks to John Rifamato for creating that opening video. John's right here in the front. So that was fun and very, very nice. And thank you so very much to everybody who's joined us today. It's quite an honor to be surrounded by the top engineers and technical people and the manufacturers and all the premium TVs we have. It's such an honor to be here. But just a quick shout out to thank Magnetar for the UDP 900 that uses the Oppo 205 processors in them to make such a great Blu-ray player that we can use here today. I want to thank R-Volution with their 8K Player One, where we recorded a lot of the content from Blu-ray onto their hard drives. I want to thank Kaleidoscape for the Strato V. I want to thank the most important person here, Jason Dustel, AV Pro, with their incredible native 48 gigabits per second matrix switching equipment and HDMI cables that are optical. As everybody knows, we started this event publicly 20 years ago in 2004. I was doing it for several years before that, just for myself with calibrators, just to find out who makes the best TV and what's different about each TV. And then in 2004, I thought, hey, let's let the public see this and open it up to the public. And it was designed for people to select the best TV that matches their needs and use case and likes. So if you want a bright TV, you look at the one that produces the most lumens. If you care about color fidelity, check that column and pick the color fidelity best TV. So today, we're going to be judging the TVs calibrated. On the right side are the 3 TVs that are OLED, emissive display. On my left, on your right, are all the mini LED TVs. And they're both in the same order. So we have LG, Sony, Samsung. Same thing on the other side, LG, Sony, Samsung. And then the mastering monitor, the brand new one, the BVM HX3110. This is the one that everyone in Hollywood bought, all the Hollywood studios, post-production houses. This is how they're now grading film. I'm going to just move this on and pass this over to Hugo from Sony's Professional Products, who is the Chief Technology Officer.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending this very important event. I'm going to give you a very brief history of our professional monitors, the ones that we use for camera shading and mastering. Probably some of you know that we introduced back in the 2008, 2010, the BVM X300 was the very first RGB OLED mastering monitor that appeared in the industry. And it became the de facto standard. Every single movie that we've done for over 10 years was mastered in that monitor. Then eventually it was financially unsustainable to continue manufacturing that technology. We had to find another solution. Around 2016, 15, 16, we decided to use dual LCD panels, dual cell. Basically it's 2 layers, 2 LCDs. One is monochromatic, the other one is color. And they have to be matched 4096 by 2160 precisely. Then the 310, once again, became very quickly the de facto standard. The 310 was able to do 1000 nits full field. And we also heard from Hollywood and from cinema people. They knew that the 1000 nit was just a stopgap. It was going to continue moving up. Then about 2 years ago, we introduced a prototype of the 3110. This is a 4000 nit device using a specially designed by Sony. And we are very fortunate. It's getting a lot of traction in the industry. I'm very grateful that you're using this as a reference monitor.
Hey,
why do you look bigger than me always? What did you do in that Hobbit camera work, Gandalf? Anyway,
so
what's up, everybody?
Welcome to the 2024 TV Shootout 20th anniversary, and to my right over there is behind the curtains is the actual shootout. We are here on the other side of the shootout, coming to you live. Now they've been judging for the last 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 hours. We're hoping to get the results in about an hour. They're judging HDR right now. And I'll go over the various judging criteria, categories, and all that good stuff. But first, I have to introduce my co-host, Brian's
What's up, guys?
Therapy.
How are you?
Brian, what are your thoughts?
Why did you introduce me like it was our first time on camera together?
I normally don't introduce you. Like, wait, who am I? Who
Yeah,
am
but
I?
that was the worst introduction ever. I'm like, JT, I need that walk-in music.
So, Brian, what are your thoughts so far? Because we spent some time looking at the TVs, and it appears very close to me. What do you think?
Well, we have a separation this year from the LEDs are on one side of the room. We have the LG QN
Get closer to the
ED.
mic.
We have the... Really?
There you go.
Where's your
All
mic?
right.
Is your microphone?
We're on the same mic. Make it easier.
All right. So we have the QNED, the QNED. We have the Sony Bravia 9. We have the Samsung QN95D on the mini LED side. We have the Sony A95L QD OLED on the other side, the S95D QD OLED, and the LG G4. They're separate. Each has its own reference monitor, which is something we've never done before, but they're being judged separately, though they're in the room together. So it's interesting how we're doing it.
Yep. Apparently we have to speak louder.
Damn, what's that thing doing?
It's not doing enough.
What's it here for looks? Plug it in.
Let me swap to my dynamic mic to get even louder. So 1 second. It's like,
You guys are too much. Hold on.
now we're too
You want me to
soft.
sing? All right, where are the comments at? The mic, Brian. Can't hear FOMO. It's because he's little. Hugo, help me out with this microphone. And Hugo jump on a live stream, baby? Get that clearance from Mara? I was like, hell no. Mara always gets a shout out in these. Oh, well, FOMO messes with the audio equipment. How's everybody doing? Let's say hello to the chat real quick. Lisa, what's up, love? John Hooper, there go the lights. Getty, what's happening? Bro, can we make this chat a little larger? I'm getting old. I can't see anything.
I know, right?
Brian's mic is okay. FOMO's needs help. That's because he doesn't have anything. Guys, what's happening? Terry, what's happening? Terry has the Z9K. I got Sony staring at me right now. Got the bodyguards in the room with us to make sure we don't say anything crazy. What is that?
This is the louder mic.
Give me this. All right, I sound great. All right.
Okay.
Hello from Germany, Michael Cohen. What's happening? How's everybody doing? Brian, did you guys record the entire event? Actually, we were not able to I think FOMO was going to explain it. We weren't able to capture the event this year. Hopefully next year we'll be able to do that. Your face is right in the camera. That's awesome.
Let's start talking like that.
Hello?
Slide that right in. My friend.
Dude, your innuendos are off the charts.
Okay,
All right.
there you go.
Hello? Guys, audio? How's the audio? Ow, my ears now. I love when they say that. All right.
All right, here we go. We're going to click it in. Turn down your audio for 1 second.
Give them a whole half a second.
I know.
All right, good. All right, guys. All right, before we get into talking, I want to hear some predictions. Who you guys think are going to win both the LED, mini LED side, and then also the OLED side? How is the audio? Audio is good. FOMO, you want to sit back down, or are you going to keep the solid gold remote?
I'm going to... 1 second.
Judge the judge, rule the rule. Audio is good. G4 wins, Bravia 9 wins. Okay. And who's going to win the overall? What's up, Mozart? A95L repeat. G4. Q95D, Dave. Can we make this bigger?
Yes,
Please.
I can.
I feel like I'm my grandfather. I can't see anything.
Hey guys, just checking. Is the audio good now? Better? Without having to yell?
John Lira says S95D calibrated. Audio was good.
All right.
That camera. I don't know. Wow, that's huge. Okay.
Better?
Yeah, that's cool. Scott Coakley, what's up? It's still lower for FOMO. He's not speaking, my dear.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, I'm talking.
1, 2, 3, I'm talking.
I have to match your voice now. All right. Hey,
My
baby.
voice deep with that Barry White voice. Yeah, Marcus got that Barry White.
So what we're going to do is go over the categories. We're going to go over the categories. The mic is pointed to Brian. See? I got to point it to everyone.
Oh, man.
Now it's in between. Here we go. All right. Now it's pointed to both of us. FOMO is low sound. Okay. So. All right. So here are the categories. So you guys have a clear idea of what we're going to judge today. 1080p SDR bright room. So that means upscaling 1080p to 4K in SDR. 4K HDR, general category scoring. Within that, you're going to have motion and judder, color accuracy, sharpness, and default. Or sharpness and detail. I'm like, sharpness and default, what does that mean? So in the 4K HDR general category, motion and judder, color accuracy, sharpness, and detail. The TVs we have are the OLED TVs, the G4, the S95D, and the Sony A95L. And among the mini LED TVs, it is the LG QNED 90T, Samsung QN95D,
Are
and
you
the
reading
Sony
that off the piece of paper? Like,
XR90.
there's only like 6 of them.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. Come on, man.
They're right outside. He's scripted.
Then we have
Can't bring 'em
4K
anywhere.
HDR, 4K HDR dark
Like it's
scene,
the Bravia 9.
the 4K HDR bright scene category. And within each of those, you're going to have color gamut, color depth, color purity, accuracy, and color hue, tint, accuracy. And then we have Apple TV streaming category. We know that the A95L did really well last year on that. Maybe it'll do as well this year. We'll see. And then at the end, we'll add up the scores and so forth. So, any questions about the categories or anything? But really, in walking in and out, I have to say, among the OLED TVs, very little separate them. I was very impressed. And a few of the people came in, during break and said, you're going to have a hard time. You're going to have a hard time
I jumped in that, by the way.
separating these TVs. So it's going to be very close this year, more than any other year, I think. But Brian, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, yeah, the OLEDs are very, very close. I'll say that we talked about this with the mini LEDs is, seeing them calibrated is, I don't know, I like them better when they're kind of more natural in their own presets. But, it's interesting seeing them separated. But, I don't know, I like them better when they're not calibrated, to be honest, the mini LEDs. I think they're stronger with their processing enabled.
This is a great question.
Is that John?
Great question, John Lira has, which is, since you guys couldn't film the entire shootout, can you guys go in there afterwards and play the content that FOMO you play when you do your reviews or your own test films? So we're talking about like Jennifer Gala stuff. So Brian,
So
do you think
I
we have time to do that maybe on Sunday?
I mean, we can maybe do that on Sunday. I did that last year, which again, these TVs, in my opinion, perform much better with that content. The scenes that are chosen for the shootout are like more torture tests.
Definitely.
More so than looking good. A lot of the content to me actually doesn't look great. I don't love the movies that were chosen, but they're chosen for difficulty more than anything. I'd rather, if it's me, I'd rather put that content in and then get them out of the modes that they're in to show what they can really, at least on the LED side.
Yeah.
I think they look much better outside of this calibrated mode, in my opinion.
And as we always say, though, each technology has their use case. The mini LED, and I tell you guys this all the time, it's not designed to look its best in a dark room. It looks good,
Yeah.
but in a bright room, it rises above the rest, I think. And same with the OLED, it goes the other way, right? In a dark room, OLED's untouchable. So in essence, don't be surprised if in the dark room categories, the OLEDs just reign supreme.
Yeah.
Things will probably get closer in the bright room categories. So that's just something to keep in mind.
Well, at least in their calibrated form, FOMO, and their most accurate, this is where I will argue it, and their most calibrated, accurate preset, I don't think they look their best in a dark room. I think if they were able to be out of that preset, they would definitely flex, because I know these TVs, all of them intimately, in a dark room outside of this calibrated mode, I think they look much better. I think the OLEDs look fine in Filmmaker mode and they're calibrated, but the LEDs, in my humble opinion, look much better in a different mode.
I'm laughing because Apple Jelly is like, Brian, you lost weight. You're
I
looking
did
good,
lose weight.
man.
You know why? Because my man's filming me from an appropriate height. He's not filming me from the bottom of the floor.
So yesterday,
Dude, he's
I'm
at my
filming
place. He puts the camera on my chest.
on your chin.
Dude, I went home and was like, man, I went and did some cardio. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I love you. I love you.
We have a super chat from TechMed Rainer Richter. Hey, I'm so glad you can make it. I know it's really late for you, my friend. So
Haven't
thank
seen you in
so
a
much.
minute.
Hello, FOMO and Brian. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the show. Hey, thank you for showing up. It is a
Yeah.
weekend, and I know you're able to make
Yeah.
it, but it's late over there. So thank you so much, my friend.
And we do apologize that we're not streaming this entire event. We'll get into that, when we do our closing. We won't talk about that here, but yeah, we're sorry that it's a much shorter stream.
And well, okay, so let's talk about that.
Let's talk about it right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's still happening now.
While they're in the other room. Hey, it's
The-
because they're right.
The goal is, and just to give you guys some timing, it looks like they'll be judging at least for another hour or so, and
Yeah.
then they're going to start scoring, 45 minutes, and then they'll come in and let us know who the winner is. And we'll
Yeah.
sit here with Robert, and he'll go over each category. So you guys will be the first to know who the winners are. And
Yeah.
if we have time, we might bring a judge or two. But
Yeah.
tomorrow, we're definitely going to do a post-show wrap-up if we don't have enough time today. So
Yeah.
we're going to end at around 5:45 or so. That gives us about, 2 hours, 2.5 hours. We
Yeah,
have about
which is-
2.5
it's
hours
plenty.
to talk and
Yeah, it's
do
plenty.
some good stuff. And we're going to find if there's any controversy. There's always a controversy. We're going to address it tomorrow during the live stream tomorrow. So tomorrow's live stream, I might adjust the time to fit in everything we want to do tomorrow. But
Yeah.
we're going to have fun for sure.
Well, FOMO, some of the differences we have this year, again, we talked about this in another stream, is separating the two technologies. That's new for this year. We don't have an 8K component this year either. So what we do have tomorrow is we do have the 83.
83 versus 85.
G4 going against the Bravia 9 at 85, and then the QN95D, which is really a custom install model that many of you guys don't know about. I've covered it the last few years, but unfortunately it's not something you guys are going to see out in the wild much, but it really is their best 4K TV outside of the S95D.
Right.
The QN900D is not here simply because there is not a Z9K follow-up, and and there's not actually a Z3 either. There is, but there isn't one that can really, doesn't have the new processor or anything like that, so they're not something we're going to have there.
Okay. And Mozart's asking if we can grab Dave McKenzie. He's been judging for a long time. And not only that, he's also grades a lot of your favorite Blu-ray
Yeah.
discs.
And-
So
yeah,
we'll bring him in.
We're going to have Dave
hopefully,
McKenzie on the
if he's
channel,
available.
too, about to talk about the death of physical media, which is being kind of over-exaggerated. We had a great conversation off camera about that, whether HD DVD, Blu-ray. He's still very busy working on Blu-ray, not even just 4K Blu-ray in general. So he's a fascinating guy to talk to, brilliant. So we'll definitely get him on the channel as well, talking about physical media.
Yep. And just so you guys know, the judges are coming back tomorrow, so whoever we don't grab today, we'll grab them tomorrow. So this will be an ongoing discussion. Because we started a little late, then we don't. It's unfair to keep the judges so late anyway.
Yeah.
So whoever we can grab, we'll grab. We'll end at around 5:45. Give them a chance to eat. Maybe
Yeah,
all
it's a
day.
long day.
So yeah, but
Well,
we'll get to your questions
well,
as well.
and too, we talked about this even with the calibration being such a painstakingly long process. The judging is also very arduous. They do take their time. They do take it very serious. And even though you're seeing from our intro, they're all sitting down. Even though we're in the store, they do move around the room. They do take a very long, very, 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 very long time, which should make you feel good at home depending on what team you're rooting for. They take it very serious, so it is a long day for them.
And I also, what I want to ask you guys is, so of course I love the Shootout, and because it's very relevant to me.
What's up, Hamza?
I have calibrated TVs. I have a reference monitor. I watch in a totally dark room the way it's intended to be watched when you have a reference monitor. My question for you all is, how do you watch your TV? Is it in a completely dark room?
Yeah.
Is there a lot of light, ambient light? Is it colored light? Some people have pink disco balls going, because that also helps us kind of adapt some of these categories to your TV selection, right, Brian? Because if you're going with an OLED, but you're in a super bright room, you might want to consider some of the mini LEDs. And, I mean, they all cost this very similar, very expensive.
Well, and then we talked about the pros of the Shootout is it's an enthusiast-specific event. Mm-hmm. The cons of the Shootout is enthusiast-specific event. So a lot of times we talk about this is, if you like the TVs featured in this way and you're the way you're going to watch them, it's easier for you to determine what the best TV is for you.
Absolutely.
That's a little misleading considering each manufacturer and TV has its own strengths that aren't going to be shown at all today because we're in their most accurate presets. So something like a Samsung has more headroom to look different flexibility of image. That's not available in this particular fight. Yep. So we did that last year with the Z2 going against the Z9K and the 900C. The minute the guys were done judging, we took those two TVs out of Filmmaker and Custom. They look night and day. And what I mean by that is you guys probably would buy those TVs off of the way I showed them versus their most accurate preset. Yeah. So we're not doing that here. Again, pro and con, it's enthusiast. The con is it's enthusiast.
Not like you guys are a con.
I mean, we all might not feel that way, right?
And
so
we're getting some responses in terms of what is your viewing environment. So Dave NLR watches his projector in a totally dark room, and then we have CJ, moderate lighting, Dennis, compete darkness. And so far, you guys would love to have the OLED, clearly. Now, Scott, pink curtains in their room, right? Right, Scott? So
we had a chance to meet Scott at M-Wave, by the way. What's up, Scott?
This is a great segue to the TV that you would buy if you have pink curtains in a bright room, or bright pink curtains in a room. You know what it is? It's a Sony TV. And you know why?
Why?
Sony's ambient light sensor will see the pink curtains, or so I think. And so what we're going to do is bring in Sony. JT from Sony is here. I'm going to call out for him. And he's going to tell you why Sony will adapt their TVs to the pink curtains. So, Scott, thank you, because you might need to get yourself a Sony. JT, come on over.
Well, where's JT's music?
JT, I forgot to make his intro music.
Man.
I didn't bring my guitar, I didn't bring my drums. Come on in, JT.
Thank you.
All right, so everyone, this is the JT of Sony. Please introduce yourself. Why are you awesome? Why are you here? And how can you help people like Scott with bright pink curtains adapt? Why choose a Sony if you have bright pink curtains in your room?
Definitely. Well, thank you for the intro. Yeah, I normally go by JT, not the JT, but I'll take that.
The JT's nice, though.
It is. It has a good ring to it. So I'm the technology manager for home entertainment. So what that means, it's my responsibility to work with all of different product groups across TV, across home audio, projection as well. Not only make sure we have all the right information getting out there, but also working with creators and reviewers like yourselves, just to make sure you have all the information you need. If you guys have any questions, I'm a great resource for that.
Yeah.
You are a great resource.
And we call JT often when, hey, this preset's not working. And I'm sure you receive the phone call, my Dolby Vision's too dark. And JT's like, get in line. I'm sure you get that all the time. Or which TV, right?
Exactly. Which TV, which environment.
Yeah, what's your environment? Well, I'm in a super bright room. Well, maybe you should put on Dolby Vision Bright, which gets us to the 2024 lineup. And I wanted to bring JT on because you know the TVs very well, and I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that I don't know because I've really only seen the Bravia 9. I couldn't get myself to get anything like lower down. Now this guy, he loves, oh, give me a Bravia 3, right? I'm like, what about the Bravia 5? He goes, there's no Bravia 5. I go, okay, you know what? I'll stick with the Bravia 9 then. So let's talk about the lineup. Why do you guys move from the whole X95K, 95L, and then suddenly it's Bravia 1, 2, 3, and skipping numbers too? Like, what's the process? Like, I'm telling people, well, you know, if it's even, it's probably OLED. And if it's odd, it's probably LCD, but I could be completely wrong. So let's get into that.
Definitely. So big change you probably all noticed is moving on to, as you said, that Bravia naming convention. And it's something we've heard back from our customers, it's something we've heard back from you guys. It was so difficult to keep the model straight. Yeah. The joke we've heard many times before is our products are named after engineers with their cats walking across their keyboards. So we wanted to kind of make that a little bit simpler.
XRW765.
Exactly. And Bravia has a really big, powerful name to it. If you think back, going back to the first HD days.
Right.
Exactly. XPR, Bravia. So simplifying that lineup, because if you look across all of Sony's product divisions now, you have Alpha, you have things like Link Buds on the portable audio side.
Right.
So really just helping you make easier decisions by having a much more straightforward product naming convention. So when it comes down to the numbers, higher numbers, of course, are going to be kind of higher up in the model chain. Numbers themselves, in terms of why we chose 3, 7, 8, 9, that's up to the engineer's secret sauce. Unfortunately, I can't speculate on why they've done things like that.
Well, and they also have separate names, like the XR90.
Exactly.
They're still called that. But I mean, we can quickly talk about this too, JT, is that the misconception that the Master Series is no longer around. That's really just a simplification of the name. It's not a delineation of any quality. So people that buy the Bravia 9 still feel that should be a Master Series. We started that last year with the A95L.
Exactly.
That's just the name change. That's got nothing to do with binning or anything,
Oh,
right?
not at all. Biggest thing is if you look at all the different naming conventions of the TVs. So right now we have LED LCD, we have mini LED, we have QLED, we have Neo QLED, we have QNED, like what's here at the Shootout. So it's getting more and more confusing to keep track of all the technologies out there.
Yeah.
So we found just having Bravia 7, Bravia 8, Bravia 9, Bravia 3, and then Master Series had a very powerful naming convention to it. But the quality, everything we were doing to create a Master Series, and for those of you that didn't know the previous versions of the Master Series, it always came down to really 3 big facets for us. First, it's going to be the absolute best of all of our technologies, the best processing, the best panel control, the best backlight control, but also even going down to the internals. I've been in meetings talking with our Japanese engineers, and they're talking about the quality of the solder they use on the circuit boards in our flagship TVs.
So all that is still intact?
Absolutely.
Okay,
And
so that's good to know, because a lot of people I know were very concerned from when, even with the A95L, there was this thing, is it a Master Series? You know, I would say, well, it is, and well, you can't say that. And then I asked you guys, you're like, it's really kind of the same thing. We just took that moniker off. It is a big deal. Those details are very important to those that buy it, because they felt like that Master Series carried weight, just like the King of TV does.
Exactly. So when you look at our flagship lineup, like the A95L, the Bravia 9, for all intents and purposes, those are in every definition of Master Series. We're just not using that naming convention anymore, just to keep it simpler.
Yeah, super important, super important.
Now we have this great super chat I want to hit, only because Sony's included in the suggestion. So Complex Persona asks, 77-inch G3, G4, or A95L for primarily streaming movies. And the concern is Sony and dark scenes, G4 and G3 losing their color luminance when brightness increases, help FOMO. So let me get out of the way.
Ask JT that question?
Yeah,
that's what I was going to say. I might be a little biased on this one, guys.
I will answer, and then JT will correct me if maybe my answer needs a little bit of amendment. So let's exclude the G3, right? Because the G4 is like a evolved G3. So if money is concerned, the G3 is a great deal. Get the G3, because at the end of the day, OLED's awesome. So let's pull the G3 out, and the G4 has a better processor. It's noticeable. I like it a lot. So it's really the G4 versus the A95L. We'll start with the easy one on the G4. As you get brighter, you're losing some color and so forth. That is true if you're streaming specifically certain bright scenes that you know, oh, this is a bright scene, and this is, you know, I'm going to have my blues lost or whatever. Primarily, if you're streaming, you're not going to have that issue, right? Unless you're watching Jennifer Gala's content, right? If Jennifer Gala is here, you might lose something at that brightness level. But if they tone map it down properly, it just won't be as bright as it should be, but you should have all the color once it's tone mapped down correctly. And with the G4, you can adjust that tone mapping so that you don't lose the color, but it breaks everything slightly dimmer. The Sony A95L is QD OLED. The whole image will be slightly brighter, closer to accurate with that color that you want, but your concern is on the low light. And so this is the part that's interesting, is it's very scene specific, it's very movie specific. No TV is perfect, so we can choose scenes and movies with the G4 where it's like, wait, I thought the G4 did this really well. Or a Sony, like the Illusionist last year, where it was desaturated with the A95K, but here's a perfect example. Out here, I noticed on the G4 during shadow detail, I was talking to Classy just today, why is there like a touch of red in that shadow detail on the G4 and none of the other TVs? Is it seeing something I'm not? And he says, oh, that's just uniformity. It's a panel-to-panel variance. I thought it was a tint issue. He goes, no, no, no. This is one of those ones where, depending on the TV you choose, you have uniformity issues. So then that goes to a different issue, is you forgot to mention that WOLED has panel lottery issues when it comes to uniformity. You may choose a TV, it may do low light well, but then you'll also see the panel uniformity in that exact same low light scene. Whereas the Sony is not perfect either, but then it doesn't have panel uniformity issues. So there's no perfect TV, right?
Where the hell was this going?
So where does this go? In
Sony
short,
has what?
for myself, because I like to tweak to the ultimate, like every setting I like to play with, Sony doesn't like to give me all the settings to play with because, you know, it's a different way of doing things. They think that this is better, you know, this, we've done it for you. The G4, you really have to dig into the settings and play with it, which Brian and I like doing, gamers and, you know, settings and all that. But on the flip side, my wife would only let me buy a Sony because she is very used to that skin tone, all that. She goes, you know what, I can tell that's a Sony. So just stop bringing the other TVs into our bedroom. Just bring the Sony and I'll be happy. But with that out of the way, what are your thoughts about the concerns that maybe Sony in dark scenes, like, do you hear that and how do you respond to that?
Definitely, and one of the things it really comes down to is choosing the right picture mode, not only for your environment, but also your expectations of the content. So the default kind of, especially what we're seeing here today and what a lot of experts recommend online, is professional. Mm-hmm. And professional is phenomenal if you have the exact room environment you were describing at home. We got the lights out, we're watching our reference content, we want it as close to that reference monitor as possible. And to be transparent, that's exactly how we develop all of our TVs, not just the A95L. We sit it side by side in the engineering lab with the BVM, now the HX3110, to make sure it's tracking every metric of that as well as possible. But when it comes down to viewing environments, that can affect a lot of how you see the picture on the TV. So there's another mode that I actually prefer myself. Sorry, spoilers out there. I actually prefer to watch mine in cinema. And
I thought you were gonna go on a limb.
yeah,
I really do like
yeah,
Vivid
I really love Vivid. No, Vivid is phenomenal.
I thought you were preparing us for some Vivid. Like Vivid sharpness at 150.
Yeah, I know Vivid has its place in a retail environment, but the reason,
of course, that's the best way I've ever heard it put.
The reason why I like cinema is I don't watch in that perfectly dark environment. Right. I'm in a loft. I have floor-to-ceiling windows. Now I do have light control in those windows, but it's still not that perfect dark environment. And the big thing about what cinema does, it has all the same technology, all the same kind of settings as professional. The biggest difference it makes is elevating those midtones. Okay. So it does look better in a bit of a brighter environment. You can see more of that shadow detail. So for those that are kind of waffling back and forth between that, cinema is my preferred mode, and it really addresses that issue. But the other part of that question I did want to address is watching streaming content. And yes, as much as I would love to say we're all watching nothing but perfect 4K Blu-rays, we've got a kaleidoscope at home.
Columbo.
Columbo. Yeah, good old 280i.
It's being drawn on the screen.
There you go.
Little reality creation.
Definitely. So big lossless content like 4K
Right.
Blu-ray, or even better, something like a mezzanine file of Kaleidoscape. The reality is, a lot of us aren't doing that. We're watching streaming. We're watching Netflix. We're watching Amazon. All the different apps out there. Hopefully, Sony Pictures Core as well. Subtle plug.
Yeah, oh, there you go.
But with that lower resolution content, what really separates the TVs comes down to processing.
Yeah.
And this is something that our engineers focus a lot on. And that's one of the big strengths of the XR processor, is that ability to take that lower quality content and make it look amazing. And I consider myself a movie buff. I consider myself like a videophile. And I've been watching titles on different streaming apps out there and go, oh, I didn't realize they finally had this in 4K. I'll pause it to go and get something. My little info bar says, dude, you're watching HD.
Oh yeah, wow.
So-
So you tricked yourself into it.
That's really the strength of the XR. So when it comes to streaming content, that's going to be one of the other big differentiators.
Well, and we did say off camera that, you know, Sony's one of the only manufacturers that has their best processor from top to bottom for the most part. Everyone else kind of has their flagship or maybe one step below. But, you know, some of the other TVs that have been left out in the cold by, you know, the enthusiasts have been basically the Bravia 7 and the Bravia 8 been kind of left out of the conversation. I'm looking to bring them back into the conversation. We're going to follow up and shoot some of the different sizes. But how do you guys feel about the lineup this year? Because you have some carryovers, X90L's carrying over, very popular, and you have the largest size and the A95L. Talk to me a little bit about the Bravia 7, the Bravia 8.
Definitely. And actually,
not just the Bravia 9.
yeah, really good timing there. I'm just watching the comments scroll past. And G-Man, Brian's actually going to write after your question there. So the B7 processing, or for everyone out there, the Bravia 7, actually shares the same processing, all the same processing features that are found in the Bravia 9. So the key there is having that processor from the X90 and up really gives us an advantage for what people are watching in the real world. Broadcast sports, streaming, even up to 4K Blu-ray. The other thing about the lineup is we really have a perfect TV for all the different living room types out there. So if you saw when the launch came around, we had this tagline called "Cinema's Coming Home." To talk marketing for one sec, we won't stay there long.
So you guys changed that this year. Spring
Exactly.
Cinema Home versus, it was more, what was it, more Filmmaker? What was the tagline before?
So we kind of unofficially had Lens to Living Room, which is kind of talking about it. But the reason why we've chosen this whole kind of direction this year is exactly how people are consuming their movies and their TV shows at home. Just like, again, some people have reference environments. A lot of people, though, have open constant spaces, floor-to-ceiling windows. They have the lights on. They're doing other things. They're watching from off-axis in the kitchen.
Right.
So by having this varied lineup, we really have the perfect TV for just about any setup out there. So let's start with the X90L, for example. That having the same processor as the flagships, the XR, but also having that full-array local dimming system. And even though it is full-array local dimming and not mini-LED, something a lot of people know about that is it's actually using an algorithm we borrowed from the mini-LED TVs. So everything we learned from making mini-LED from essentially, what was that, the X95K and up, we've applied all that to the full-array local dimming system. So phenomenal blacks, but also crucially, shadow detail is really well preserved on the X90, and that's consistent all the way to the size range. And having that 98 is just incredible. And anytime I get to do a show with that TV, I'm kind of like, how do I get this home? But then for those brighter environments, stepping up to the Bravia 7, this TV is just a knockout. Like when they announced that it was coming in at its price point, I kind of went, you sure that's not the other way around?
And that's relevant to that question. Bravia
Exactly.
7, X95L. So as you're getting there, why would they choose the 7 over the, or vice versa, and the differences?
Yeah, so really the hardware behind the scenes is very similar between the X95L, which for those of you that don't follow was actually last year's top-end mini-LED. So the hardware is very similar. Similar backlighting system, essentially mini-LED, looking at roughly the same LED count, looking at the same zone count. But we have actually adapted the algorithm, the local dimming, to be even better this year. So it's one thing to talk about the number of mini-LEDs, but what we really focus on is the kind of control behind it. And it's why when you look at TV reviews for years, they've always said, well, Sony's never the one with the most dimming zones. But for some reason, they can pull off this contrast that we don't really see from a lot of other TVs. So with the Bravia 7, that's going to be one of the big step-ups, is that dimming algorithm has gotten even better. Deeper blacks, brighter brights. But what we really focus on is also bringing in shadow detail. Because we watch so much content that they're like, if you consider something like Ozark on Netflix or House of the Dragon on HBO, there's so much dark scenes out there.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if you remember the Twitter blow-up when the Battle of Winterfell was on.
Oh my, which we couldn't see it.
That episode,
We actually use that as reference. Well, a quick question about the X95L, and I think this year we have more than one size. Last year it was limited to 85. Now your flagship has 3 sizes, and then the Bravia 7 has more sizes. But the UK lost those sizes. Is that just focus group that realized the sales weren't there? Because they had more X95Ls in the UK last year. And a lot of our crew is from the UK. So what happened to our sizes? Is that something that maybe the company just realized that wasn't needed, they just adjusted and switched it?
So that, unfortunately, I don't have an answer to. I know. Unfortunately, spoiler,
Well, they would
I
have killed
don't
me
know
if I didn't
everything.
ask
Yeah.
it, but I think
Spring in England.
But I think having it this year to where, I think last year we had a weird thing where the X93 was available, but didn't have XR Clear. So for the US group, at least, you have more sizes, XR Clear across the board at all the sizes. And we know that the Bravia 8 maxes out at 77, but the A80L is a different animal. It's got the heatsink, the A90J chassis. We've talked about that. But you still have the dedication to OLED going forward. The A95L, which is funny, is everyone will say it's very old. It didn't even release this time last year. It's not even a year old. It came out basically at the end of September. I mean, FOMO stole his, but we ended up getting it in like October, basically. It was at the Shootout.
Yeah,
so it's still a relatively new TV.
Even internally, we're referring that one as to an early 2024 model.
It is. It had the new UI, so I mean,
Exactly. So
it
it essentially has all the features of the new ones, and the features that it doesn't have, just in terms of timing, we're actually updating with firmware.
Yeah.
So everything from, of course, having the XR processor, but also having all the new picture modes as well. Because if you've seen, the UI is exactly the same. Instead of custom, we now have professional, which we can talk about a little bit too. I think that's on the agenda to talk about today in terms of that shift.
Yeah, and well, even with the Shootout though, real quick, is the A95L, the talk of it being the older TV, the fact is it's also been updated the most. So it really might be the most well-rounded, most refined, as the other TVs are relatively new. So, Phone, you said you want to move into some of the presets?
Yes, because as we talked a little bit off the air, because I never really use these presets, mostly because to me it feels like the presets is maybe doing something I don't like, but then now that I know what it's doing, I'm actually using the presets more often because I can play with it in rooms that are not perfectly for reference watching, which is light controlled. So, but before we get there, question for JT, does he watch content, thank you CJ, at home? Do you calibrate your TV or just out of the box choose the presets?
So myself, I'm actually in cinema 90% of the time.
Okay.
I have calibrated my professional mode, but as I mentioned, I have watching a lot of varied lighting. As much as I would love to have that perfect reference theater, a lot of the time I'm watching during the day, and even though I do have slight light control in the windows, they're 17 feet tall, so I can't exactly block everything out there.
Okay.
So for most of my viewing, it is done in cinema mode, just because that gives me that little bit better brightness and better to adapt to kind of a more of a conventional living room environment.
Now, back to streaming. And this is something that's, it sounds like it's unique to Sony. So we'll start with your new streaming collaboration with Amazon Prime. And I normally don't watch Amazon Prime, by the way. So I started watching Amazon Prime, even though I've had Prime Video access because you're a Prime member, you have it. And I noticed, wait, it's in sports, in different content, it recognizes the content's different, and then it adjusts color and motion. But then you mentioned something where it also takes control of your ambient light sensor, and it makes adjustments based on that. So tell me more about that, because to me, like, wait, really? Because I went to ambient to experiment. I go, wait, I can't even access ambient light sensor, and that's when it hit me. Oh, are they taking control and seeing what my room is seeing?
Well, speaking of your genre too, right, which is so important. That's what which is pretty cool. You start changing those. Talk about motion, you start changing that. It's like I can't pick what you're watching if you're trying to change, putting soap opera effect on soccer.
Oh, definitely.
So that's a good thing then that it's doing.
Yeah, I think all three of us have driven our partners nuts, where we'll be watching a movie, we hit pause, we start adjusting scenes,
Yes.
we get back, we watch 5 more minutes, we start adjusting. So, exactly.
Guilty as charged.
Can we just
So,
watch the movie?
so tell us about what is it you're doing when you see the room? What adjustments are you making?
Definitely. So there's a bunch going on behind the scenes with Prime Video calibrated mode. And this isn't something that, I've seen the misconception out there that, oh, this is just a branding exercise. Sony's just hitting a checkbox saying, hey, we have this. This is the result of over 2 years of work between our engineering team and then the technical and engineering team over at Amazon. And what it's really designed to do is optimize each of the TVs it's equipped with to give the best picture for the exact content you're watching on your exact screen in your exact room.
Yep.
Because as much as we'd love to have every TV out there calibrated by a professional calibrator, the reality is it's a very small percentage that actually are. Yeah. So being able to deliver that creative intent, exactly what they wanted it to look like, is phenomenal. So the first thing we're doing is it's actually intelligent that it recognizes what type of content you're watching on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
Because Prime kind of goes beyond just movies or just streaming. It now has live sports. Yeah. And the last thing I want to do personally is watch sports in a cinema mode.
That's true.
My motion's going to be choppy. It's going to be a little bit of light reference level. So the first thing it does is actually recognize the content that's coming in and to adjust picture on the fly for that. The second thing it's doing is actually adjusting to the TV. So we're really taking full advantage of the APK, and for those of you that don't know apps too well, APK is basically the app running on the Google TV platform. So it's not only monitoring what content is coming in, but it's also feeding back, hey, I'm watching this on a Bravia 7 mini LED, or I'm watching this on a Bravia 8 OLED.
I'm watching this on a Bravia 7 mini LED in a room that has orange LEDs.
Exactly.
Versus in a room that has bright white LEDs, right?
Yeah.
It's taking that room's lighting situation into consideration, and it tries to offset that to get to a D65 white point. I mean, whatever it thinks is that adjustment needs to be made.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's kind of part of what our ambient optimization features do. So the first thing it's doing is optimizing to the TV and the panel type. The step beyond that is actually using the light sensor on the TV, or if you're using the Bravia Cam functionality, using the Bravia Cam's ambient optimization. We're looking at not only the light level in the room and automatically adjusting the brightness of what you're watching to match, but the second thing is actually looking at the color temperature or the white balance in the room. So we're adjusting the white balance on the fly. So I think we started with a question about the pink curtains.
Yes.
And if your room
The pink curtains,
exactly.
Scott.
So if we have like a pink hue in the room, or we have those like I won't say dated because some folks still use them, but there's like really warm orange lights in the room. It's going to adjust itself as best as possible, reading that incoming information to give you that best picture. So cinema and kind of streaming content is relatively easy to calibrate for. They spend months, if not years, in the post-production facilities on the BVM monitors, and the sound mixing, so we generally have a reference of what that's supposed to look like. The more challenging thing to come out of this was actually mastering for sports.
Of course,
Because sports doesn't have a lot of post-production.
Right.
Generally, from the time it goes from the camera to the broadcast truck out to the signal, it's less than 10 seconds. In fact, a lot of broadcast now is near live. So you can take a little bit more creative liberty with sports, and that's really what we worked with Amazon on doing. And what it's ended up with is not only increasing the brightness level, kind of giving you that more kind of live sports feel, but also adjusting the kind of luminance and the vibrancy of the color. So you get that feeling that, hey, that grass is right there on the field. My team's red jersey is actually that red in real life. It just becomes that more immersive experience.
Well, and the ambient light sensor, we talked about that earlier, is a lot of us would think that was typically a eco mode that you would disable. So right away, we'll disable that, and for a lot of companies, it's still that. But with Sony, we saw-
So Sony Amazon comes in and re-enables it, but just to do that, not to make it
yeah,
eco.
so it's less about control and more about convenience. And the enthusiasts can easily disable it and use. So they're not taking control of your TV. Like, hey, you know what? That's too bright. You're tired. You need to go to bed. Let's throw that. You're getting sleepy.
You can do that, right?
Well, you have calm mode for that
Exactly.
actually. But I think for a lot of people that just want to enjoy their TVs out of the box, to be able to have it change on the fly, like you're mentioning. And we talked to FOMO, I think kind of you're rolling your eyes that you wouldn't use it. And then once he enabled it, he's like, oh, it's pleasing. It's not just as simply.
Well, now that we know what it does.
Yeah, it's not just making it dark.
And this is probably a myth that started off correct, but then you kept on adjusting it without letting us know that it got better. The original, what I thought was they used the light sensor to adapt to the brightness of the room. That's it. There's no color changes. And it's always too dark to me. Like, do people really watch this dark? I gotta turn this off, because even in a dark room, it felt darker. Like, wait a minute, how is it even darker in a dark room when reference is brighter? So that experience a few years ago said, you know what, it'll never turn on. But now it feels like the adjustments to the warmth, to adjust the skin and offset tints in your room, that's actually pretty interesting, because you're still trying to get to D65, but you're telling people you can't get to D65 if your room is bright blue. We need to offset that. So you'll see D65, but the TV itself may not be. Right?
Exactly. And for anyone out there who's into video or photography, my background is all in imaging. That matching the white balance or matching the color temperature is the bane of creators' existence.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how often I've taken video or photo back and put them on my computer going, that's the wrong color out there.
That wasn't the
So
photos I bought.
not only does it make the image look better, but it's also an incredibly technical process on the back end to make this happen. And that's why we're so excited that this is now not only in the TVs, but we're also working with partners like Prime Video.
Right. Now, we had a question, since we're talking D65. Hamza was asking whether it was about, where did it go? Oh, here we go. Can you ask JT if Bravia 9 Dolby Vision still offsets the white point over to D65? Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but Do you have any thoughts on that?
I haven't seen the full technical specs yet. We're actually working with Dolby on quite a few things right now, and I did see it pop up in the comments a few times, so I do want to take an opportunity to address this right now.
Yeah.
Have seen some comments about Dolby Vision on the A95.
Yes.
This is something we have heard. We are actually actively addressing this not only with our internal teams, but also with Dolby Labs themselves as well. Our two teams are working feverishly on this. We are feverishly, yes. If you saw my email inbox right now, you would use feverishly to describe it.
You're like, yes, please.
Yeah.
I got it.
But it is something we're actively working on, and it's not just internally with Sony. We are working heavily with Dolby Labs all around the world. Not only Dolby in North America, but also Dolby's based in Tokyo with us as well. So we are working actively on this. We have released some firmware updates, so stay tuned for more info on that as well.
Well, if that's something you guys are working on Dolby with, that means it's not a problem with the TV. So, in theory, if they're helping you with it, that's not like, otherwise you'd be like, sorry, and we would just skip over it. So I'm glad that it's something they're working on both sides of it,
Right.
which is most important, because that way you can repair it. It's clearly something they can work on with you.
And what about the other Dolby features? I know it's a future product, but if it's in the pipe and you're able to share Dolby Vision IQ or Dolby Vision Filmmaker, what are Sony's thoughts on that?
So IQ is basically coming down to ambient light sensor and adapting to the room, which
Yes,
we already
yes.
have with the ambient observation features we've talked about. Just, again, different naming conventions, different features slightly, but we are actually actively adapting it for the room.
So is that Dolby Vision Bright then? If they watch Dolby Vision Bright, is it adapting?
As long as your ambient light sensor is on, yes.
Yep. Okay, so Dolby Vision Bright with light sensor on is essentially Dolby Vision IQ.
We can't quite say it that way. I'd be very careful to do that just because it is Dolby's own mode.
Right, got it. Okay.
But we are actively adapting all of our HDR and all of our SDR presets using that ambient light sensor.
Okay.
And then when it comes to Filmmaker mode, this is a question I get a lot on my side. It's, well, if Sony is out there with all these amazing TVs and all these monitors, why isn't there a Filmmaker mode preset on my TV? And the big thing is we are filmmakers ourselves. I know you had a bit of a chance to discuss with Hugo a bit today, our CTO.
Yes.
But just for the audience out there, I want to walk through this. When it comes down to it, we are very uniquely positioned because for years, you've heard us talk, we have Sony Pictures. We make all these amazing IPs. We have all these amazing TV shows as well. But we also have that amazing camera division, like Venice and Venice 2 are being used on more and more productions out there. Even our smaller FX series, which we're shooting on right now, has actually been used for major motion pictures.
Right.
But the big thing is we've now become this reference for the rest of the industry. If you look at all the different studios out there making amazing productions, they're using Sony in every single step of that workflow. Our cameras, our monitors, our mastering studios. You two even had the opportunity to see our sound Foley artist at work, which is just incredible.
That ruined movies for me, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And what happens if that one guy? Luckily he's in great shape. But I was like, so if anything happens to him, he goes, I don't know. But I mean, watching that end to end, that was the whole point of that event. But again, the reference monitor, we talked about that with Hugo, but that's the reasoning for the Bravia 9. So you can speak a little bit about that, JT, that it's not running, the mini LED wasn't running away from OLED into mini LED because we're out of options. It is, and there is a reason for it.
Definitely. Yeah. I'll actually kind of finish my previous thought, and we'll say right into that. Oh, no, it works out really well together.
The Foley thing was beautiful. I want to go back.
Yeah, let's talk about horse noises for a while.
Do the flame.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
yeah. I have tried to my heart's content to try and make that work. I cannot do that sound.
Trying to get a job. They're like, I'll do it, no problem. Go ahead.
So having this whole end-to-end concept, we know every step of the way of how movies, TVs, even broadcast sports, the majority of broadcast sports in the world out there are being shot on our camera systems. So we really don't feel it's necessary to license a filmmaker mode onto our TVs when we are filmmakers themselves. If you are looking for the best cinematic settings on the Sony, that's really professional mode. That optimizes it for reference quality, 24p motion, everything is ready to go. And then again, like me, if you're in that less controlled light environment, that's where it comes down to that cinema preset. And speaking of lighting environments and kind of leading that lens living room story, that's really where the Bravia 9 comes into its own.
Okay.
Because as much as we'd love to say it, there is no such thing as a perfect TV. I know, really weird for a guy like me to be saying, but there is no such thing as a perfect TV. What there is a perfect TV.
Two in the other room.
Yeah. What it really comes down to is there's a perfect TV for your space, how you watch it. And that's really what the Bravia 9 is really coming into stones for. This is kind of the end result of this whole cinema's coming home. Because as much as we'd all love to have FOMO setup of watching that perfect OLED in that perfect dark room, it's not a reality for a lot of us.
Right.
So the Bravia 9 really kind of delivers all of that intent now into brighter environments, but also matching that amazing 3110 monitor. We've all here have seen it side by side with that 3110.
Yep.
And when you're talking a $40,000 screen next to a let's say $32.99, 65-inch. Sorry, I'm working in Canadian dollars right now, converting down to US dollars. But when you're talking a TV that's under $4,000 and it's able to match it that well, we're really onto something. So it's not the misconception that, hey, is mini LED better or is OLED better, or hey, was Sony giving up on OLED? We still have both in our lineup. What it really comes down to is matching the best TV, the best viewing experience for your living room, and for my living room.
Well, we felt like the Bravia 9 was not just a replacement for the X95L. We felt like it was a replacement for the X95L and the Z9K. So because it was brighter.
It's a whole different level.
Basically both of them in a sense.
Yeah, and the big thing about the Bravia 9 too is it is about brightness, absolutely, but it's more about control than that brightness.
Yep.
Because with this new, what's really kind of the secret sauce to the Bravia 9 is combining that XR processor with what we call these driver ICs. And these are tiny little semiconductors, smaller than a grain of rice, smaller than a sesame seed, and we have them layered all throughout that backlight. And what that allows us to do is not only control more zones than we have before at Sony, but control them on different steps. And by steps, you'll see us refer to it as 22-bit backlight control. So easiest way to think of that for the not too technically inclined out there, it's almost like having a dimmer switch on a light switch, where conventionally most backlight control systems have on, have off, and have somewhere in the middle. We're giving ourselves essentially 22 steps on that switch now, which gives us just unbelievable control over that.
Right.
So not only deeper blacks, I've heard OLED-like out there, which is a very big compliment for an LED TV, but also unprecedented brightness, but again, coming back to that shadow detail. We've seen some pretty challenging scenes next door in terms of low-light content.
Yes.
Yeah.
And watching that 3110 next to that Bravia 9, it's really evident just how advanced this system is.
Oh yeah, you see it. It's like competing with the OLEDs. Now, there were some questions because, Sony sells a TV, it's new, but 3 years later, it's no longer new. So there was some wondering, the A90J, back to Dolby Vision, struggled with Dolby Vision in terms of its brightness. Are you still working on older TVs like the A90J to see if it can improve Dolby Vision on the A90J? Or is that something that's, there's only so much you can do? Like, where are we with that, if you could answer that?
Definitely, and something we're always looking for is even improving past generations of TVs. I think the A90J just got a firmware update in the last 3 to 5 months, remember?
Yeah.
Good?
Someone's like, oh my God, I got an update.
So we are always working on things like that, and if you are experiencing things like that, please drop us a note either on our support chat on Sony.com. We also have a Sony support form as well, so please.
The YouTube channel with Larry and Derek.
Yeah, Larry
Exactly.
and Derek are doing that. They're
Go
doing
on there
this,
and just start hammering
I
them.
love that intro, by the way. I like to walking through the building.
Yep.
Yeah, because one of the things my whole team is really focusing on is listening to feedback from creators and reviewers like yourselves, but also your audiences too. So if you have feedback like that, please let us know. It's something we're regularly feeding back to the engineering team as well.
And that's what's interesting about even having you here talking. The other manufacturers are here. And just no one wants to just jump on camera with us. We always ask them to. So the fact is you guys are listening and have been on camera with us and we've talked. You are open to hearing that.
So we all know we've invited all the manufacturers to come and sit down and talk to us.
Yeah, they're in the other room. It's
So
not like, it's
right. So we're always available to talk to them. I know Brian got Greg Lee from LG on.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone with everyone on camera, but everybody that's been at these shootouts are always welcome to come on and talk with us. So
because it's a way for the TV makers to connect with the viewers who have Sonys. Like Lisa loves her Sony. She's got the A95K, and then she got A80L. She is a Sony Forever girl. And so to them, it's very important, these little comments that we have. Even a lot of people who don't have Sonys don't understand what it is. Those that do, they really want to hear, okay, about their model. Is there anything? Now, her TVs are perfect, so she has no questions for you. But others are like, well, what about this? Does it get bright enough? And so forth. One question was the A95L had T-Con issues. I mean, we don't really know, but it had that red flashing screen of death. Now, I've been hoping mine would die so I can get a replacement. So I'm like turning it on and off for the last, this is actually a good TV. I'm like, you know what? There's nothing I can do to make it brick, but others have had it bricked. Have you found a reason for that? Can you comment on that at all? Or is it just, statistically, some TVs fail?
Yeah, and really the reality is these are all electronic devices, and as amazing as these things look, it really comes down to circuit boards, capacitors, solder on the boards, and unfortunately stuff can and will go wrong with those. That is the exception to the rule. I'm on a call every week now with the service team, reviewing service calls. Those issues are still extremely low, but if you do have a problem, please reach out, as again I said, to the Sony support group. We actually have a live chat on Sony.com, and we can definitely walk you through getting a solution for that.
Now, here's a softball technical question for you. Apple Joey says, I wish Sony would make screens more glossy, and that goes to, I noticed some Sonys are more glossy than others. What goes to your decision why a certain model would have a gloss and certain model would have a semi-gloss? Because that coating, a lot of people
Or the
either
XY
like it.
viewing angle
Right.
on different models.
What goes to that logic when you choose different coatings for one model over another rather than all the models?
Definitely. Well, I don't think it's a secret out there that Sony ourselves, we are not a panel manufacturer.
Right.
We really focus on kind of the process and the hardware, the backlight control. So it really comes down to matching the best panel with the best technology to fit a space in our lineup for what our customers are asking for. So it really comes down to, we are always kind of focused on semi-matte. Glossy has its place in certain environments, but as you have seen in really bright environments, it can be a bit of a detriment to picture quality.
Yes.
So it really comes down to fitting kind of what room and what customer these particular models are going to fit. Is kind of the biggest decision in terms of where we go semi-matte, where we go glossy. But then also having technology like the X wide angle and the X anti-reflection as well. That is a bit more of an expensive technology to implement, which is generally why you just see it on the flagship TVs. Believe me, personally, I've had tons of feedback in terms of, hey, why isn't this available on the Bravia 7? Why isn't this available on the X90L? And realistically, if we started to put that on those TVs, we would start escalating the price substantially on those different models. And when you look at how the X90 is positioned in the market, that picture quality at that price point is virtually unrivaled.
Yeah, I mean, that was started with the X90J, X90K, and the
Oh,
but the X90L having the processor this year, I think,
Yeah.
or last year actually, I should say, was the big difference.
Yeah, even going back to like the old X900 series, like I still remember.
900E, baby,
Yep.
that was the legend. I had that 75
Yeah.
inches.
Yes, that,
Go ahead.
it's always been kind of having that TV in that bracket to really suit that customer's looking for, that picture quality. Same thing with the Bravia 7, like having that type of brightness and that type of light control and mini LED at that price point. Again, we had to make certain decisions in terms of what features this TV is going to get, what TV it's not, just to be able to have that TV at that in that kind of market segment.
Well, I'll say too, for those discussions we've had with Sony, they're one of the few manufacturers that wants to know. So when they do watch the videos, you guys do watch them. It's looking for the negative comments more than the positive. So even though we've talked to a lot of you guys, they really don't want to hear. You guys don't really want to hear. I mean, I'm sure you want to hear how great things are. You're here to win the shootout, but it's been more about finding out where you're not strong. Versus other things like Dolby Vision, those are technical questions about a particular panel. It's more about where you're headed. A lot of people, you guys are one of the few manufacturers that really want to know, which I think is great. The fact that you're sitting here, is awesome. So I appreciate that you guys want to know what they think.
Yeah, and the analogy I've always used for that is like, I love when you tell me my baby is the prettiest in the world, but I want to know when they're acting up in school. And that's really what it comes down to. So your feedback, but not only that, we're not listening to your feedback, and we're even talking offline outside of the videos as well. But we're also going through audience comments, audience feedback, and just making sure that's all heard by our product teams as well. Because
we've always said what we think is irrelevant. It's what they think through us that's important. And that's what I think you guys in the comments, as long as they're not toxic and ridiculous, I mean, they'll take that feedback and run with it. And that does shape the lineups and what they think in the market is needed versus being, it's not being just reactionary. It's the plan is on what's needed. And that's what Sony, I think, is always about. What you're planning for the future is what you think the market needs versus just throwing things out there, which is the simplification of the lineup from the 900E, 930E. Remember how many TVs you guys had? So I think we appreciate the Bravia 7. The X93 was a confusing TV. I think the simplification is definitely needed.
Now, there's one question, Super Chat, and I think this is also observed by the Wi-Fi review, there was a hi-fi review out in UK. Will the Bravia 9 backlight pumping be fixed? So I guess in the review they also mentioned that in certain scenes, the brightness appears to be, I guess, pumping is how they describe it. Are you aware of that? Are you working on it? Or I can't see it. I don't know what they're talking about. What's happening there?
Oh no, and actually I've got Mara in the room as well, who actually works with the PR team, who works with all the media like that. And once that review came in, we immediately started escalating with the engineers, and we are not only actively trying to duplicate it, which does seem to be kind of an off issue where it sometimes will happen, sometimes won't.
Okay.
But there was actually just a Bravia 9 firmware update addressing overall PQ on that one. But definitely, if you do see something like that on your own model, again, hit us up on the Sony support chat. Let us know what you're watching, just so we can identify things like this.
And this is the part I want to emphasize. A lot of these issues are very scene specific.
Very much.
Yeah.
What are you streaming? Like, which content? Was it Netflix? Was it Prime? Was it off a disc? All that information is literally key to narrowing it down, because if you see it and I don't, it's not because it's not there. I might be watching that same scene on a Blu-ray or on Kaleidoscope, and you're watching on Netflix. right?
Yeah, there's
And
so many variables now. And I know we talked about that even with the E95L. It was about trying to, the worst word in technology is intermittent. And if it's specific, it's a streaming service. If it's a bandwidth thing, so it's a little harder than it's a disk. So you guys have to, it's not as quick as throwing a firmware update out there. You have to replicate it over and over and over before addressing it. So that could be panel variants with one reviewer. So I know with per review that can be difficult.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's kind of like someone calling up and saying, hey, my car's making a weird noise.
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard about that.
Like
And
when
I've
I'm
experienced it
braking,
with
like,
the Bravia 9
what are you doing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's good. You guys recognize there's this pumping issue, but then you might be fixing it for that reviewer. May still be out there. So as you guys call in support, have all the information, so they could over time address it. Because I've been getting a lot of firmware updates recently on the A95L. Like, where do these firmware updates come from, right?
And when it comes down to that too, like I even would refrain from going out all issue on that, because I think I've got my TV tray in the room too. I can't count how many hours we've watched Bravia 9 at this point and have not seen it ourselves. So it really comes down to content source dependent.
So like, Trey's off camera, but that's the funny thing. You're like, is it user error? You're like, what? It's mine? We did drop it when I brought it in.
Yeah.
So you guys want to globally fix it and like, all right, I dropped it.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, and one of the big things too is when you're developing these TVs, it's not just for us watching test patterns when these TVs are in development, or even after development working on firmware updates. We have these things side by side with the BVMs in our labs watching real world content to make sure it's perfectly tracking that. Because it's one thing to make a TV that can hit a 10% window and say, okay, I'm this amount of brightness, or hit this amount of color gamut. But the real challenge is when you start feeding it real world content, especially compressed bandwidth like Netflix, YouTube, things like this, and really kind of seeing the proof is in the pudding.
Right.
So if you see a spot of content like that, that's really what we want to investigate and just to kind of see what's going on. And if we need to address it with a firmware update, we can address it with a firmware update.
Phil, we'll go back to Brad's comment here, Brian. We really don't need
Oh yeah,
A9 brightness.
yeah. Let me pull that
So
up.
I mean, this
That's
is
a good one.
it's actually an easy
So,
one.
so this is a great comment, Brian. We really don't need Bravia 9 brightness. We're talking about this whole 4,000 nits, 2,000 nits, just getting as bright as possible to get to the reference monitor. Ratings said most content doesn't exceed 1,000 nits. Now we have our opinions that we shared before, but what's your position on this when you hear that comment from consumers?
Well, and JT, before you get the answers, Jennifer Gala, who's in the chat, makes content at 5,000, 10,000 nits. But, you know, as far as brightness for purpose, that's where we want to go, because that's why the reference, so there is a cohesion between the two. So that's why and that content's being made. So take it from there for us.
Yeah, and it can be a big misconception, because when you see these brightness numbers coming out now on TVs,
10,000, baby.
it can be
50,000 zones.
Yeah, it can be like, I don't need that. I don't need to wear sunglasses when I'm watching my TV, because the misconception out there is your TV is just going to be overall brighter all the
Full
time.
screen, yep.
And that's not really what this brightness is about. And that's why with the Bravia 9, we're really focusing on brightness and control, because it's more about those specular highlights that really add to the realism.
Yep.
So things like, actually one of the first things we graded very brightly internally at Sony was actually a trailer for Gran Turismo, the video game, not even the movie.
Yep, okay.
And my aha moment when watching this, and this was actually the original backlight master drive prototype way back.
The Z90?
The prototype, even before the Z90. Yeah.
It
So
was even called the prototype back then?
yeah, it was just
Nice.
yeah, it was mystery backlight master drive prototype. So I watched a car drive by, and it was a night scene for the Gran Turismo fans out there. I think it was Tokyo Raceway or Tokyo Expressway, sorry.
Yep.
But as the headlight passed, I had that moment of, oh my God, that's bright. And then the very next scene was the sun reflecting off the car on a bright track. And that's when it kind of clicked for me.
Yeah.
It's not about overall brightness. It's about, as you said, brightness with purpose, just getting that realistic highlight. And that's really what it comes down to. So most content out there right now is really mastered to that 1,000 nit level.
And that's, I guess the point.
And the reason for that is it's really been a technology limit on both, well, really three ways. It's been the previous camera's ability to capture that much dynamic range. It's been about the mastering monitors only being able to hit about 1,000 nits.
Yep.
And then finally, it's the consumer devices. But the reason why the Bravia 9 exists now, the reason why the HX3110 exists now, is all of these different visions are now working towards seeing this future of HDR. Because cameras like the Sony Venice and the Venice 2 are capturing over 15 stops of dynamic range.
Yeah, we're talking. Yeah, Hugo was talking about that.
Definitely. So it's able to capture so much more detail, not only in the shadows and the darks, but also more detail in those bright areas. But now we have the HX3110, which is a 4,000 nit reference monitor. So now we can actually see what the camera was capable of capturing and master content to look the way it did on that day of that scene.
Yeah.
And now that we have the Bravia 9 at home, it completes that chain and now we can actually see content the way it was intended to be seen.
Well, and the demo that hit me the most at Culver City, I think Trey, you did that with the, was it with the Bar 9, the 85-inch Bar 9 in LA, and it was Venom. And it was me riding through, you know, and we saw a bunch of demos, Sony demos and nature, but the sparks, the whiteness of that, you remember that scene? So I remember it was that Larry was doing the quad, and I know the Bar 9 sold me, but you were doing that demo, right? But it was that white, that's what the specular highlights, they're hard to measure, but they do, that's what the impact is, where even the brightest OLEDs don't quite get there. But that's when I was like, okay, I can see that. It was a larger TV, it had the Bar 9 mixed in with it, but it was a movie, it wasn't a demo, and that was super impactful. That's a specular highlight, I think that.
Absolutely, and you two were lucky enough to be on that panel when we had it at Sony Pictures as well. We had the team behind Top Gun Maverick, so Joe Kaczynski and Claudio Miranda. We also had some of the team behind The Boys, Phil Screecha, who's kind of done most of the seasons out there now.
Yeah.
And we were able to show them their own content on the HX3110 and the Bravia 9. And they all had that aha moment of, this is the future, this is how I need to start not only mastering my new stuff, but there were even comments of, man, I have to go back and remaster my old movies now to make this.
Well, and I like it when, I know this is behind the scenes, but I like when those guys sat down, they refused to tell you what they thought until they sat down. So you guys were like, okay, so I think Mara introduced them, and it's like, okay, go. So at any moment, these are producers and directors, they refused to be like, it was amazing. See, we all kind of sat there. We thought it was something that may have been scripted. I found out later, you guys had no idea what they were going to say. They were like, all right, right on, that's the best we ever saw. But everyone's like, okay, you go, you know, do your thing. So I thought that was pretty amazing. We didn't know that in the audience, but that was cool to hear later that you guys are like, okay, so what'd you think? For them to share that was pretty incredible.
Yeah.
There was one question about, so not only do you have a TV lineup, you have an amazing audio lineup. I love the quad to death. I think it's what the HTA9 could have been. It was, you know, it's your first product, and the quad just nailed all the fixes. But the Bar 9, so that is also your flagship bar audio product. And SD is saying there are issues with it. Now, I don't have the Bar 9, so I cannot attest to this, but have you heard that the spatial mapping on it is broken? And it sounds like the sounds are coming from all the wrong locations when you're calibrating that. Is that something you heard?
I haven't heard it's broken, and I've actually got Trey in the room, who's our home audio product manager as well. But this is something we've done ever since back at Sony Pictures in March. We've had the Bar 9 out.
Okay.
It's not something we've seen. Definitely, if you are experiencing that at home, again, I sound like a broken record here, please bring it up in the Sony support chat.
Yeah.
Just make us aware of kind of what you're seeing, and we can help work with you through that. But I'm running a Bar 9 at home. I think you've had the Bar 9 at home now for the better part of 3 months. It's a phenomenal experience.
Okay, fair enough. And yeah, so this is your chance, guys. If you have any complaints, ask JT, and then he will tell you.
I have the link to the
Sony
chat
support.
I was talking about.
Well, you know, and if you guys don't know, they have a YouTube channel, right?
It's
So
not my
Sony,
expertise, actually.
Sony Support has a YouTube channel, and you go on there and you can ask your question, and you don't have to super chat to get the answer.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely. And I think we're cooking something up when it comes down to that YouTube channel as well.
Oh yeah, I mean we're going to come on there and we'll pretend to answer questions and get it all wrong, and then Larry and Derek will have to say no, FOMO, we're not giving away replacements. What is the problem? Stop giving away stuff.
The hammer, ding, ding.
All right, now there's another question that I think is interesting, which is actually this comment. I hope FOMO Brian gets JT on the channel for future interviews. He's very knowledgeable, so
Well,
people are
he is,
appreciating. I mean, this is why we invite the brands on all the time. There's a lot of stuff. We're assuming a lot of things, but to hear it from the horse's mouth, well then, my assumptions were completely wrong. Okay, so guys, let's do this instead.
Absolutely.
Definitely. Well, you guys have my number, so
Well,
let me know.
We have the Sony support link now.
Yep.
He's like, no, that was a
that.
support channel. That's
Yeah.
not my home number. JT, I got some strobing going on.
Yeah.
Like, plug it in and plug it back in. You'll be
Yep.
fine.
Did you turn it off and on again?
Yeah, dude. Hold the power button down.
So apparently, JT, you have a YouTube channel that's dedicated to support. That's not the case. It's called the Sony Support
not JT.
channel, right?
Yep.
Well, I'll put in the link below later for you guys who have Sony TVs. So Larry and Derek, we know them as well. They have the Sony Support channel. It's official. It's not some Yahoo's. Hey, let's start a Sony
Yeah,
Support
no, they
channel.
have that cool, the intro, right?
Right.
They're walking in, they're like little fist bump. They're very cinematic.
So those guys have their own channel. It's called Sony Support Channel. It's on YouTube. It's hosted, produced by Sony.
Yeah, Derek
they
and Larry.
answer everything live, And so, and I was like, are you sure you want to answer everything live? Oh, we're ready, right? So,
Yeah, they do a great job too. They're awesome.
so that's what you're referring to?
Definitely.
Obviously? Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
we're going to put that link in the,
You know, Derek and Larry are like,
Hello.
no, don't, no. 24/7. Call them anytime. They'll film
You know,
anytime.
just get a notification on my phone. I'm willing to bet that's them.
Pass me their number.
now here's a question. This is interesting. When do we get a center channel for the Quad or the Bravia 5? So let me start off by saying the center channel should be a Sony TV. But let's put that aside because the Sony TVs have that center sync. But if you don't have a Sony TV, and I'll probably say why Christian might want that. When you're on angle, you don't need it. The phantom works well.
Yeah.
But when you get off, then the anchor is gone. How do you solve that, or do you have a center channel in the works?
Well, the big thing about the Quad is it's really designed to suit a particular kind of customer, particular room. Because if you have the room for a dedicated center channel, if you have that kind of space, realistically the best solution is going to be something like one of the AN1000 receivers, the ES receivers, and that full setup. The Quad is really designed to give you an amazing kind of immersive surround sound experience in the most minimalistic package possible. So that's why it's kind of really relying on one of the Bravia TVs with acoustic center sync to provide that center channel. It's designed to be as minimal as possible.
Yep.
Now, if you are looking for a stronger center channel, that's really where something like the Bar 9 comes in, if you can accommodate the full receiver setup, because that does have not only dedicated center speaker, but having all that power right up front really gives you a strong center presence.
Yep.
And then when you do map it out with the rear speakers, you are getting a really immersive experience, and it does have the same 360 spatial sound mapping, the kind of Sony secret sauce that makes the Quad so special.
Well, I have the HTA9. I still love it, but I know the dropouts that were with that product have been solved with the Quad. But I love that you don't have to have everything perfectly symmetrical. You actually can. They don't even really need line of sight as much as the HTA9 did. So for a regular room, you don't have to have speaker stands. They have stands with them, but you can put them at different levels, and they do adjust pretty well. Actually, amazingly well.
Yeah, and that's kind of really the magic of
Yeah.
360 spatial sound mapping, because it's something we carry through on all those receivers as well.
Yep.
And we even get installers coming to us who are dropping in our 13-channel AZ7000 into, let's put it lightly, at 6-figure builds, up to 7-figure home theater builds.
Nice.
And they're going, we really haven't heard a system calibrate itself this well. One of the installers I was actually just working with last month had just about the worst acoustic room you could imagine for putting a system into. Marble tile floors, marble
Concrete.
tile mantle.
Oh my
So you can imagine the acoustics in this room.
Dancing all over the place.
And
yeah.
said as soon as I ran this calibration, the echo disappeared.
Oh wow.
So
Can't
it's
beat
phenomenal.
that.
Exactly. So it's phenomenal at optimizing itself to the room, but also that speaker relocation.
Yeah.
And it's just really exciting for us on the home audio side to have that
on the
level.
Quad. The Quad,
Yes.
that's amazing.
Well, with
Yeah.
the receiver though.
Exactly,
I mean,
to
you're
have-
using the receiver.
Yeah, to have that level, everything from our 13-channel receiver right down to the Quad,
Yeah.
the Bar 9, the Bar 8, all has that same sound mapping technology, and that's what really makes them so special.
I do like the ecosystem for Sony though, with the receivers, and it is that kind. You can get entry level and then build the system around it,
Definitely.
which is pretty unique for the manufacturers as well.
Let's take a look at the comments.
All
What do we
right.
got?
Oh, we got a lot of comments.
All right.
The ones that relate to Sony and not my audio levels. So just apologies. I know my audio is normally louder, but having 3 guests, I was like, oh, I have to run 3 wireless lav mics,
Let's do it
which
over
are
again.
louder.
Take 2.
Yeah.
Right, take 2, let's try it again. So on location, we're going to share the mic. It'll be a little bit cleaner, but we'll fix it in post. Unfortunately, it's live, so there's no post right now, but yeah. Okay, so we have a couple of Sony questions. Now, this is one that this comment is actually pretty good, which is that the Sony Bravia 9 audio is awesome. And I've said this before in my review, which is most people don't need a soundbar when they get a Bravia 9. I mean, start with it first. It's just great. And if you do get a soundbar, you have to bring in a subwoofer because essentially that's what you need. That's all that's missing on the Bravia 9. Do you have a Bravia 9 at home, or?
I do when it's in my possession.
85, right?
What are your thoughts on the audio on the Bravia 9? Because, you've had the
Yeah.
R9 and the Quad experience. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, the great thing about my position is I get to play with all the toys. Unfortunately, we have to send them out for reviews and shows, so sometimes we'll have some TVs, sometimes we'll fall back on other TVs, but it kind of really comes down to sample pools. So one of the perks of the job. But that being said, if we're talking, again, like we talked the whole time about kind of creative intent and kind of that reference quality, everything we watch today, even most cable TV, is at least 5.1. That was one of the big improvements when we went to digital broadcast. But then if you consider all the streaming services we're paying for are Dolby Atmos, or in the case of IMAX content, IMAX DTS. So yes, the Bravia 9 does sound phenomenal on its own, But matching that picture quality with great surround sound will really give you that full immersive experience, which is really what we're all after.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because when I start adding up how much I'm spending on broadcast and streaming every year, I'm paying an awful lot of money for the content I enjoy. So I really want to take full advantage of it and have that sound system just to kind of match that amazing picture in my room.
So cancel your streaming services, get more equipment, then get
Well,
one back.
the goal,
Get Prime at least, right?
the goal is both, yeah.
No, now, right when you said cancel your equipment and get streaming, and this question popped up, CJ, thank you for it, because it's a great segue to my question. Wish Sony would make a premium 4K player, like a disc player, Blu-ray player, to compete with the Panasonics and the Magnitars, and so forth. But then my response is, I don't know what Sony would say, the Bravia core quality is so good, the future is not media, hard media, so it's making a new player that very few people will buy and get equivalent performance off of streaming, because we could assume most people have good enough internet to get there. Because I did some comparisons, and I'm just floored by the Bravia core. So if you have a Sony TV, obviously Bravia core is there, a new Sony TV. If it's not a Sony TV, then how do you feel about physical media against just streaming on non-core assets? Like, is there a difference? Are you planning to have Bravia core delivered to other TVs? What are your plans there?
So I can't overly speculate on Sony Pictures' plan for core. It's a kind of a collaboration between our electronic side and also Sony Pictures.
Okay.
It's actually why we kind of rebranded over the last couple of years into Sony Pictures Core, because we have expanded it to more devices. So in North America, we now have it on the PlayStation 5. In other markets, it's even on some of the Xperia devices as well.
So here's one. PlayStation 5 owners, which encompasses a lot of non-Sony branded TV owners, they have access to Bravia core via PlayStation 5. I have a PlayStation 5. I didn't know that because I have a Sony TV as well.
Is it on PlayStation 5, Bravia
Yep.
core?
Yeah, so just if you're looking for it, it's now Sony Pictures Core. So if you're looking for the app in your search,
On the
just
PlayStation 5?
on the PlayStation 5.
So you can cheat and get that on the PlayStation 5 and put it on your other TV, non-Sony?
You can. However, the limitation comes down to the pure stream. So Sony,
It just doesn't look as good. You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, so Sony Pictures Core is now available on PlayStation 5 and the Bravia TVs. The big limitation, and it has to work with the internal processing on our TV, is pure stream. And that's one of the big pieces of magic of Sony Pictures Core. So when it comes down to physical media and streaming, it really comes down to bitrate and overall quality. But we're happy to meet our customers wherever they are. So that's why, yes, we are exploring things like Sony Pictures Core, but also Sony Pictures is still releasing many titles on 4K Blu-ray. And really what that comes down to, and apologies for some of the audience out there, I'm going to dive into the weeds for a second, but it comes down to bitrate. So the pure stream what we have on Sony Pictures Core runs up to 80 megabits per second, and that's just picture. So to put that in perspective, that is close to, if not matching, most 4K Blu-ray quality. 4K Blu-ray generally is around 80 megabits per second for picture. But the other side of 4K Blu-ray that streaming can't quite catch yet, again, we can't speculate on what's coming in the future, is audio quality.
Yes.
Because if you consider a 4K Blu-ray, depending on if you have a Dolby Atmos version, if you have a DTSX version, is 18 to 24 megabits a second of pure audio. To put that another way, when you're streaming from most streaming apps out there that aren't Sony Pictures Core, that's your entire picture and sound together. So if you're really looking to take advantage of your surround sound system, be it a receiver, be it a Bravia Theater Quad, be it a Bar 8 or Bar 9, 4K Blu-ray is still the ultimate when it comes to audio quality.
We said the streaming was actually
Well, it's even worse than that, right?
Streaming for headphones.
The streaming, because most people who stream, they listen to headphones or on their tablet, they have to remaster it for that, which means they have to cut some of the bass because it's damaging tablets and phones because it cannot play below 60 hertz or whatnot. So they're dropping some of that bass and they're compressing it so it sounds better on any headphone, and that's for streaming. So essentially, once streaming services start doing this to their movies, you will have a very audible difference between a Bravia Core or a Kaleidoscape or a disc version that's intended to be played on real speakers, and streaming, which they know 90% of the people are listening on headphones, AirPods, whatever. And you won't notice when you're listening, oh, it sounds the same to me on the AirPods or whatnot. But if you play your home theater system, you got to go with the higher quality. On streaming, it's really limited. It's limited to Bravia Core, Okay, it's limited to Bravia Core because everything else there's no guarantee. They're not using the compressed version. You really don't know. So I like that Sony has that. I don't want to say guarantee, but you're focused specifically on that to be played accordingly, right? Now here's a great question because I've been thinking about this. Maybe you can tell your product people. Why doesn't Sony allow pairing their wireless sub with a TV? Because Bravia 9 sounds great. What if I brought in the SW5 or SW3 and maybe have that connection happen, whether it's Bluetooth or whatever it is, maybe in the future? Have you guys heard that complaint?
So it's actually something we used to have in the past. If we go back and look at our B, C, and D series TV, we actually used to have a wireless sub that paired up with the TVs.
Really? Wait, how long ago was this? It must have been before my time.
Yeah, we're talking 2014 through about 2016, 2017.
So I was still in diapers.
You're in high school for that one.
So it is something we had in the past, and we just noticed a lot of people weren't taking advantage of it.
Yeah.
But the other thing comes down to when you're talking matching a large external subwoofer with TV speakers, even as good as something like the Bravia 9 sounds, a large external sub will overpower most TV audio systems.
Yeah.
So
That is true.
So really the best match is having something like the Bar 8, the Bar 9, or the Quad and the external sub, because those are actually designed to perfectly match together.
Okay, that makes sense.
Not only in terms of sound optimization, but even things like the crossover, the room calibration, everything working together.
Okay, and so just to expound on that, many people who buy home theater systems, if you overpower your sub, like a bunch of 18-inch subs, and you try to get the rest of your speakers to match it, you will blow out your speakers or have bad distortion because you have to level match the two. Which brings us to, well, maybe an SW3 could do it. Well, in other words, you might, but you don't want to spend money on a whole series of subs just for TVs. So
But even,
I see that.
Even the SW3, like, it is our more compact subwoofer. However, it is obscenely powerful for its size.
Yep.
In my space, I don't think I've ever taken that one above 7 out of 12. And that's the point of not only bugging myself and shaking my windows, it's the point where, hey, are my neighbors going to come over and knock on my door? Yeah. It's like, oh, JT's watching a movie again.
I'm working. That's part of my job.
Testing. Yeah.
All right. I'm just going through. So here's something that dear to my heart. I had a Sony Vaio laptop, and they stopped making it. It was one of the best laptops, reliable as heck, super thin, about 10 years ago. Were you in charge of ending the Vaio laptop? To blame someone.
No, I am sadly not in charge of ending Vaio. Vaio actually does exist on their own standalone company now, but they've just kind of rolled off from being involved with Sony. And believe me, as a lifelong Sony fan and a former Vaio owner, I still absolutely love them. It's just, it wasn't quite our niche anymore.
Yeah,
Because
Okay.
the big thing about Sony is we're really calling ourselves a creative entertainment company. That's kind of our direction. Because if you consider ourselves, we're really uniquely positioned out there. Because not only have we been talking all day about TV and home audio and kind of this immersive theater experience, but we're also the biggest music publisher in the world.
Oh yeah, we haven't talked about that at all. Absolutely.
So that's another thing where if you're talking sound quality on not only the TVs, but also the sound bars and the receivers and something like the Bravia Theater Quad as well, that's really where a lot of that innovation comes from, is working with these artists. Off the top of my head, I think in the last year, our artists and producers took home 22 Grammys.
Wow.
So it was really our direction as kind of this creative entertainment company and kind of really focusing on our biggest strengths.
Yeah, it's where like laptops would probably sway you away from that.
Before we wrap up your legacy products, does Sony still make Qualia products? I don't even know what a Qualia is, by the way.
You're just talking about that's the speakers that Hugo was talking about. Isn't that the
Qualia?
That was the step down.
Slightly different. So Qualia for us was a premium brand name we used in the past, kind of rolling late 90s through the early 2000s.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
like Acura / whatever. We were just
Even more premium. Like,
yeah.
to put it in modern terms, it was almost like the Bugattis of the Sony lineup. And we really reserve that for very innovative products. So the world's first high-definition movie projector was a Qualia.
Okay.
Oh,
The
okay.
world's first LED.
So it's a brand of lineup. It's not necessarily audio or video.
Yep.
If it's Qualia, it's like cutting edge.
That's what Hugo was talking about. We're talking about the speakers.
So,
but he
so,
was saying
so
that
yeah,
you
what
do
happened to
that, yeah.
Qualia?
And to rope it back in just for a second, the world's first LED backlit TV was the Qualia 4.
Oh.
I gotta start Googling things. Spelling
There we go.
things.
Sony history lesson for the day.
I'm calling you tonight.
We've given your homework. Yeah,
That's a video definitely we're gonna do.
I'm going to go start shopping on eBay now.
and really for us, when we change names, when you go to different model lines, it really comes down to just simplifying the lineup. And that's kind of really why you see just kind of the core focuses for us today on things like Bravia, on things like Alpha on the camera side.
Yeah, and it has been easier for everyone in the chat too. And we did the funny inside thing we talked about on our stream is that when we couldn't talk about the names of the TVs, it was out there from another country released it. So
Right,
I'm on
right.
camera going, that's ridiculous. They would never call it a
Bravia
Bravia 7,
7,
8.
Bravia
That's
5.
absurd. Who in marketing? So somebody's laughing at the fact. I'm like, that's impossible. I'm not going to call it a 9. And
Now,
then a couple days
speaking
later,
of the past, so
it's a
during the
9.
Qualia years, Gazoo says, is it true that the iPod inventor brought it to Sony first? And then, of course, Sony said, that'll never sell. And then he went to Apple with it. Are you aware of that story?
So that is before my time. So I can't.
Now,
really,
see, that is,
I
the,
can't
I don't
Talk
know.
about
Yeah.
the Nintendo disc
That's when he was in diapers.
Yeah, I'm pretty well versed in Sony history. That one I have not heard myself, but portable audio for us has always been a big focus. Of course, to bring up a bit of an iconic name from the past, Walkman.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I
so
want to see the Sony Museum so bad in Japan.
oh yeah,
Yeah, we got to go.
let us know when you're heading to Tokyo.
Let us know.
Yeah.
Get me in there.
But if you look at the innovation of the Walkman line, we had everything from moving, of course, from the cassette Walkmans to the
Discman.
Discman,
The yellow one,
but
that.
even mini disc for as long as it was around in terms of like that high quality format.
Love the way that looked.
And then Walkman now continuing with digital variants.
Yep.
If you hadn't checked them out, next time we're around, let me show you a high-res Walkman.
Okay.
It's a serious piece of kit.
Nice.
But in
Okay.
terms of portable music players, I don't know if there's any connection to iPod, sorry.
All right. I had a Walkman 7 when I was a kid. I remember that. It was auto reverse, so when it hits the other end, it plays the other side.
Nice.
It was so fancy back then, and now the tapes are gone. I can't use it anymore. But they had like 9 different versions of Walkman.
Oh, yeah.
Each one did something special. You got one you could open both sides, right? And you had to go to Asia to get it because the US only so like, what? You skipped the 6? Now you're on the 9. What happened to? But they had them all in Tokyo, and yeah, good times to be
Well,
a Sony
JT,
fan.
this is your first shootout that you're attending.
In person
right?
for you.
Oh, yeah.
How's it been? I mean,
Are you asking him for a prediction?
Well, just now that you just seeing the event, I mean, I know with the guys from Sony, the engineers, that it's like watching their kids. I mean, you guys are all. I mean, Trey, I think it's your first one too, right? I mean, it's your first
All
one,
right.
as well, right? So it's like seeing just like nervous parents, like, all right, how we doing? How's it been for you watching the event and being part of the event, other than chatting with us, obviously?
Yeah, it's been great to see the perspective because the big challenging thing for us a lot of the time is when we're sending out TVs and home audio products to reviewers and creators like yourselves, it's kind of okay, here you go into the world, let us know when this comes back.
Yeah.
But when you turn it around and actually be able to see not only how these TVs are being judged, but also just getting feedback from the judges in terms of, hey, I'm looking for this, I'm looking for that. It's really great for us because, again, just like we talked about, this all ends up back with our product teams. Like, that's the reason myself is here, that's the reason Trey's here, and another team as well, is just to make sure that, hey, we're seeing what these folks are looking for, what they're liking about other TVs as well, and bringing all that back to make ourselves better.
Well, I like how the manufacturers from all the companies, their engineers are super quiet. They're like, oh my God, not the Harry Potter.
They're very
scene."
serious. They're like-
They're just
I mean,
like,
they
"Oh."
know where their strengths are and the weaknesses. Oh no, don't look. No.
Well, I mean, we talk about the scenes too. They aren't the best looking scenes, but they're
Right.
there to really press the TVs. But it's interesting watching. It's like nervous parents watching. Like you said, like your cutest kid. Like, how was my kid doing in this sport?
And so, just a quick update. It appears they're judging the last scene in the movie. I know, right? So the judging is about to be completed. Then comes the scoring, and that takes about 45 minutes, we hope, and then we'll have the results. And well, in the meantime, is there anything Sony would like to say that we haven't talked about? Because I know you guys have so many stuff you released this year: TV, audio, the features. What is it you want people to know about the Sony lineup this year, since we're at a TV shootout specific to the TVs, that maybe we haven't touched upon that they should know before they decide not to get a Hisense?
Definitely. Well, I think the big thing we've seen here, and it's kind of how the shootout has evolved from previous years, really comes down to this mini LED and this OLED conversation. So first, to kind of put it to bed, I know we said it a couple times on the live today, but we are not giving up on OLED. It is still an integral part of our lineup.
Wait, so you're allowed to say that? Because I've been afraid to say they're not, and then next year, they gave up on it.
Oh, no. No, we're,
They have an old. The funny thing is, well, they're not doing OLEDs. I'm like, they have one this year.
yeah.
So I mean, the Bravia 8 is an OLED. So I mean, they're continuing. It's just, and we talked about it. The Sony strategy of coming out a little bit later gives them the spotlight. However, it does give the perception that TV's older than it is. A95L is not even a year old.
Right.
And now it's like this old man in the lineup or old person in the lineup. And the fact is, it's still a 2024 TV.
Oh, absolutely. And as we've seen today, even versus the newer models from the other brands, we're still holding our own and really tracking that reference monitor well.
Yep.
And if you look at the different kind of tiers of Sony TV, what we kind of call our flagship line That's where the A95L lives. It's still a phenomenal TV. I think half of us in the room that work for Sony have had this thing in our living rooms for quite some time when we're not sending it out to a show.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, everybody that's asking for, I always find interesting. Everyone's like, look, we need a new A95. I'm like, if you guys put on 85 tomorrow, it would kill you for it. They'd be like, already?
Sony must have won. You're clapping.
Well, they're all in here, so I don't know.
But then even taking it down to kind of what we call our premium class, the Bravia 8s. This has kind of gotten a little bit lost in the fray when we keep talking about mini LED. But for those of you that have that more light-controlled environment, you're looking for that reference viewing experience, and maybe you're not quite ready to step up to QD OLED and the more premium price point of an A95L, you're still getting the XR processor, you're getting our Luminous color. That thing's a beast of a TV. Again, if you're not quite ready to step up into flagship level.
Well, the 880L was, and the 880J and 80K, but the 880L was the most overlooked TV last year. I have the 83-inch personally. That's why it annoys me that that TV's being forgotten, because it's not a quantum dot OLED, but it is an improvement over last year's 880L. And Bill, probably talk a little bit about the Bravia 8, if you don't mind.
So big improvements both kind of outside the TV, but also kind of under the hood as well.
Okay.
So of course you probably noticed that it is a newer design. Again, this is all based on your feedback. This is based on the audience's feedback as well. For years, our OLED design language has always been, let's keep that panel as thin as possible on the top, and then let's have a little bit of a back end on it just for the...
I'll say it.
Let's pull up Megan Thee Stallion for a second. Yeah.
Mara's like, oh.
So that has always kind of been the design language, because a lot of people like to see kind of how thin a TV could be.
Right.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, people are looking for like a sleek design language, especially if you're wall mounting, you want to be as flush as possible. So first thing was the design in terms of just having that better profile. And also the 4-position stand. I know a lot of us out there still have legacy TV stands. We want it to be a little thinner, so that's a big plus. But going under the hood, even though it is called the XR processor, easiest way to think of this, let's use the Porsche 911 as an example. They've been using that naming convention now for over 60 years. It is a different upgrade as we continually go forward. It's the same thing with the XR processor. So one of the big tweaks we've made year over year is not only better facial recognition, which not only helps with upscaling, you avoid kind of that over-sharpened, crispy looking when you're watching lower quality content, but it's another reason why we continually get called out for having amazing skin tones. Because we don't just see, hey, that's a skin tone color. We know, hey, that's a face. I need to process this properly. But there's even things like finer detail reproduction, like leaves and grass in outdoor scenes. That's been really tweaked on the XR processor as well. But then also having that brand new menu system. So the menu system matches the A95L.
Okay.
So you now have the new
UI.
so you now have that new professional mode, which is an upgrade from custom.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, we've changed some tweaking on there, and just so you know, if you haven't seen the change from custom to professional, one of the biggest changes we actually made was for SDR content.
Okay.
Because SDR, if you're talking reference, is only 100 nits.
That's true.
That's how it's graded in the studio. That's how it's been done since SDR essentially became part of digital TV. So that's one of the big changes we've made, is making sure that our professional mode is reference, regardless if it's the HDR or SDR.
Yeah.
Then, of course, as well, some new gaming features we brought on
I
board.
was going to say, adding the presets was something that, with Sony, as good as the game mode is, you really are kind of relegated to the one game mode. So for you gamers, the genre change, it is a big difference in picture quality.
Definitely. Yeah, so for those of you that haven't seen it yet, we have a standard game mode, which is kind of your do-all mode great across all scenes. But if you really want to get more customized while maintaining that low input lag and that low latency, we now actually have an FPS mode. Which is going to do things like help raise your black levels to help you spot your opponents easier. But we even have an RTS mode as well. So for those who like RTS games, we pop up the detail, pop up the color, just to make those objects and those different characters and those different units on screen easier to see. And then, of course, having multi-view on board now as well.
Oh, are we got it fully in? Nice.
Yeah, so
all right, awesome.
multi-view allows you to have your HDMI game source on one side of the screen and then actually pull up YouTube on the other side. So if you're stuck at a certain point in the game, you can very quickly pull up YouTube, watch the tutorial, watch the walkthrough, maybe look at those cheat codes if your game still does actually have cheat codes.
Yeah, I didn't know if that's fully integrated now. That's working? Oh, awesome. Very cool. Well, for me as a gamer, the picture genre settings from the other manufacturers, because it does change the image quite a bit, that to me was worth the upgrade from the A80L alone. So,
Definitely.
we'll take off.
So,
Pleasure to meet you. Are you done for the, you're not going
now
to
that Mara's not paying attention, what can you tell us about the Bravia 10?
Well, at that point, you know as much as I do.
So, people are asking about the naming conventions and so forth. Are you leaving? Thank you.
Take care. Safe travels.
Thank you so much for spending the time.
Is there a odd, even pattern for the 2024, or it's what can you tell me about the numbering convention?
So the numbering convention really kind of just goes to where it fits in the lineup. Of course, the higher number being the higher flagship. So 9, of course, being the flagship mini LED, Bravia 8 being the premium OLED, Bravia 7 being that premium mini LED. But in terms of how the engineers come up with those numbers, that's still part of their secret sauce. They haven't let us into the secrets of those yet.
So we can predict next year, will there be a 5? Will there be a 10? Maybe they'll skip 10 and go 11. So to the Sony engineers watching, I'm predicting the Bravia 10 is the A95M. The successor to the A95L will be the Bravia 10. The Bravia 5 is going to be a better version of the Bravia 3 mini LED.
Is it Bravia 5 we're talking about?
You know, probably, I know she's over there thinking, wait, what are you talking about? Are they talking about future products?
Yeah, and unfortunately, I didn't pack my crystal ball today, so we'll just have to wait for next year and see what they have in store for us.
Well, you know, now that the judging is done, I will release you to kind of see if you can convince the judges that Sony is the best, like LG and Samsung is doing. So with that, thank you so much,
Well,
JT.
Thank you very much for having me.
Guys,
And
JT, you'll see JT again. We appreciate you taking the time. It was awesome talking to you. And Bob, people appreciate you in the chat. So
definitely, yeah, I just want to say too to the folks on the chat, thanks for the great questions. Always good to keep us hopping. And if you do want to reach out to us, be sure to comment on the YouTube videos on the Sony channels, or just reach out directly to us on the Sony support website.
Yes.
Right on.
Sony support, don't forget.
Right on. Well, thank you all very much, and let me get back next door to the shootout. So thank you all.
awesome.
All right, so we can now answer some questions related to the shootout.
Appreciate it.
One that came up at least once was TCL Hisense is not here. The fix is in, right? And so I know many people have addressed it in different ways, but I'll address it this way: is in comparing it to the TCL and the Hisense, talking about the QM8 and the U8N. The U8N is technically not Hisense's best TV, and they know it, right? We know it. So the U8N is 2 steps below the UX, right? The Hisense UX, then you have the U9N, and then you have the U8N. And so the TVs that we are representing here among the mini LEDs, you're going against the Bravia 9. That doesn't make any sense at all, right? It's like going and putting a Vizio up there and saying, oh, the fix is in, there's no Vizio.
Well, I mean, I think it's probably different than that. I think, you know, for TCL and Hisense, both of them, I think the way the TVs are calibrated, the mini LEDs are calibrated, a lot of their strengths are disabled. So the QM8 and the U8N, those TVs would do fine if this was an out-of-the-box, let them be in a more vibrant preset. I think calibrating them down and accurately, I think hurts them. And I think it's being naked. If they had an OLED lineup to go with it, I think it's hard. As we saw with Sharp last year, it looked really bad because it's a mini LED that really needed its processing. That all of a sudden was like there in its bikini, like, oh my god. So I think for both Hisense and TCL, there's nothing to gain by just being here, unless they're going to win. So I think you're going to see them in a couple of years.
Yeah.
They're going to be here in full force. But I think if they do come and they lose badly, it's going to be like, oh, no, it's just a value brand. And they're not going to set themselves up for that, nor should they.
And additionally, so Hisense...
Panasonic's invited too, even though they're not here.
And Philips.
Panasonic's Philips will invited.
And TCL, their calibration settings, they're not ready to be calibrated yet. Meaning, calibrators don't like TCL TVs for calibration because they're not sophisticated enough to be calibrated and hold on to the calibrations without messing something else. It's been an ongoing issue with calibrators and TCL for years now. And so that's another, like, you know, this TV isn't designed to be calibrated even, right? I mean, there's only so much you could do. And even then, it doesn't hold on to those calibrations when you're changing whatever, this, that, and the other. It's just, so ultimately, TCL needs to address its calibration settings so it can be properly calibrated, and then we just need to get the Hisense highest level TVs. But it's a mini LED. We all know, like, why? Unless you have an OLED, you're not going to be king of TVs, right? So,
Yeah, I mean,
you'll be the king of mini LEDs, but is that worth coming for?
Yeah.
Whereas the TVs here, they have both an OLED and a mini LED. And so people want to know, oh, you know what? You got the flagship OLEDs. How do their flagship mini LEDs do? So it makes kind of sense.
Well, and I mean, unfortunately, guys, I wish we could show you the content that they're using. It's not meant to look good, right? I mean, these shots, we would think that, hey, it's the highest end content to make it. You're talking about 1080p. You're talking about 1080p motion. You're talking about actually. It's not to make them look their best. It's to make them look their worst, really, and see who comes out on top. And I think that's really hard for them. For the OLEDs, it's fine, but the mini LEDs, I think, are like, dang man, like, can you give me something that shows my strength? Because you know what's funny is one of the guys, Kenny, one of the judges, when he was judging one part, he goes, "Can you put something in here that's got some color, please?"
Speaking of Kenny, let's bring one of the judges in. The judges are done. So we're going to bring in some of our favorite judges from last year, and you know he'll Now that it's been submitted, we can't alter his scoring. So let's address some of these questions while we wait for Kenny. John Hooper asks, what is your diet secret, Brian? So when Brian comes back, he'll tell you his diet secret, but I'll tell you right now, lots of protein, no pizza, steak only once a month, lots of fish, lots of chicken breast. Let's see how close I am. Now, as we bring in the judges, you guys could also ask judges some questions as well. And, you know, we'll collect some questions that we'll ask all the judges, right? We'll pick the good ones. So you get to be introduced to some of the judges this year. In the meantime, you can ask me anything, so we'll talk about that as well. Right. LG G3 or C4? The G3 has the MLA. It will be brighter. And the processing should be better. I would choose the G3 because it has a 5-year warranty, and I appreciate this additional brightness, right? The C4 is an evolved version of the C3. I mean, get it over the C3, but I would not get it over the G3. The G3 is still the better TV. But ultimately, you might end up going, not just based on price, but uniformity, right? Panel lottery being what it is. The G3 has slightly less incidence of uniformity issues, but that's a generality. A lot of people complain about the G3 as well in terms of uniformity, but I think generally it should be a little bit better than the C4. And yes, we will also bring in calibrators to talk to. As a matter of fact, if we can find one, we'll bring them in as well. And it'll either be Dwayne or Classy, or both. Who has pizza? Certainly not I. Or any of the calibrators is fine too. So if Classy or Dwayne are there. No calzones? I'm out. Elevating your diet, are you? I love it. Oh, here's a good question. What kind of fish is good? So it depends on what you're going for. Mackerel, cod, I'm going for all the fish oils, right? So I eat a lot of mackerel and sardines. Smaller fishes have less, on the one hand, have great oils, right? Great nutrients, very nutrient rich. I eat cod liver out of a can, straight up. Oh, we have a judge. All right.
Just trying to leave.
I'm not going anywhere yet.
We'll make it quick.
Okay.
So, well, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Please introduce yourself to the audience, right? We're live.
Okay.
We're going to ask you some questions. You're a judge and so forth.
Excellent.
Who are you and why are you worthy of being a judge?
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Osachu. I am a THX ISF video calibrator over 25 years, actually, and I service the post-production industry in Toronto, Montreal, calibrating studios, whether you're a colorist or whether you're a VFX artist or an editor. I calibrate the monitors to the reference BVMs or PVNs and consumer panels as well. So there's a variety of different things that I have. I have a good eye for color, and I get a lot of demand from artists to get the exact color. So that's why I was actually brought on as a judge this year.
So you're very used to seeing the BVM, in this case 3110,
Yep.
on the TVs. Now, have you got a chance to play with the 3110 yet on your own work, or is that still?
Well, it's going to be making my way to my lab because the distributor is going to be sending one my way. I've worked on one in a studio live, but strangely enough, they were only using it for SDR, so it's like highly underutilized.
Just shut off the name. We got a 3110. 10.
Yeah. But lots of BVMs that were used for HDR, and 1,000 nits has definitely been sort of a limit in the industry for quite a while.
Okay.
But with these new 3110s, now that we're hitting 4,000 nits, it's going to give artists more of a range to work with for their art.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the obvious question.
Yeah.
You saw the TVs,
Yes.
OLEDs, mini LEDs. What is your assessment in terms of what TV popped for you the most? And since they're scoring, it doesn't matter what you tell us who you think the winner is.
Yeah.
Give us some general, now that all the TVs are in one place side by side. You
Yes.
saw mini LEDs, you saw the OLEDs. What are your thoughts about the TVs generally?
I'm glad that this year they put it into two different categories. One with the LCDs and the other one's with the OLEDs, the various OLEDs. When you say the word pop, I guess it really depends on what's pop to people,
Actually,
right?
It should be referenced, right?
Yeah.
If it pops more than reference, it loses. Okay.
Yeah,
so-
well, I'll stick with the word pop for a second. And if we think about the reference OLED or the reference BVM, in some of the clips we had content that definitely hit the 4,000 nit category. So with higher brightness, wider dynamic range, we can consider that as pop. And the Sony LCD, the Bravia 9, is the one that would technically pop the most out of the other models that were there, because they're able to achieve that. It's able to achieve that nit value, or not quite the same as the BVM, but it's closer to. The QD OLEDs, on the other hand, of course, are the ones that have the greatest contrast. You can notice some of the limiting of the light when the screen goes full field, so that does bring down the pop level. But ultimately, in the end, we're trying to achieve a quality video that matches the artistic intent as possible. And what I want to let you know, or what your viewers and us know, is that there's so much work that goes into filmmaking, from pre-production all the way to post, and by the time it gets to the screen, we want to think of films and TV shows as moving art. It's artwork, so we want to make sure that we reproduce that as possible. And this TV shootout that we had today is one of those perfect examples of saying, how can we preserve the art as much as possible in our homes? So what TV are you going to buy after this?
Well, what TV are you going to buy after this?
Oh, do I tell you, or what? Yeah.
Let's say, cost no object. You could take any of these TVs home.
Yes.
Because I think that to me is the winner. Right?
Yeah.
It's the one that you want. If you could take one TV, whether
Yes.
it's OLED or mini LED, at whatever size you want, which one would it be?
Okay. So after having done a lot of work on the studios and dealing with not just moving films, but still frames, and understanding that when we put films in a still and we have a chance to evaluate more deeply the color like we did today, I will say that the 77 QD OLED by Sony is the one I will be buying this October. So
The A95L.
A95L, you got it. Yes.
And what about it? So obviously they're very close. I
Yes.
walk in, I go, man, they're so close.
Yes.
What is that one thing on the A95L that moved you to say, you know what, this is what I'm going to buy myself?
Yeah, so today actually gave me a chance to see them all side by side and really put a couple of the other items under the gun. But what I did notice on the A95L today is actually comparing it to the reference BVM right next to it. But I do have a bit of back experience with the A95L where I put it through other tests.
Okay.
So that's also sort of.
So you know its strengths and weaknesses.
I do. And when and for the most part, with the given majority of the content that's available today, we can make after calibration only. Let me just be very specific on this. After calibration only, okay, the A95L can look very, very, very close to a BVM HX310. Because that's what I've typically been calibrating to. So at a 1,000 nit level with 1,000 nit content, aside from full field white, they're very, very, very close with moving content. So that I can verify.
Now, the one complaint enthusiasts have, because they read the reviews and they
Absolutely.
have some of these TVs,
Yes.
is the A95L maybe at lower luminances or shadow detail, there may be some issues. Do you notice that with your experience, the A95L? Is that something that you've adjusted to?
When I'm measuring one nit and below because I use a Konica Minolta spectroradiometer. It's very, very, very sensitive in the lowest range, so I'm able to actually measure those values. It's not just a Sony issue; it's also with Samsung, the QD OLED. It either has a little bit more blue bias or a little bit more of a green bias. Now let's be clear here. This is if we're holding up dark images for a very long period of time, if we want to pixel peep on it, I'm okay with that because as a tester and as a calibrator, I do want to know, because if an artist is holding a shot and they're doing some coloring in a dark scene, if they're noticing that bias, I have to be able to say, no, that's the display. That's not your color work. That's a limitation of the display.
That's good. Right.
So we need to understand that I would say that all TVs, including the new BVM and the older BVM, we're still in a work in progress. We all want display utopia. We all want to be there at the point where we can say there's actually nothing wrong with any of these, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
But the QD OLED, in my opinion, based on my testing, we're just another step closer to color accuracy using any of the color matching functions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Now, number 2 TV.
Yes.
What would your number 2 TV be? Not for yourself,
Yes.
but for your parents.
For my
So,
parents.
parents, friends, people who they want a good TV. They say to you, look, I want a good TV.
Yeah.
And forget the cost, I trust you, you're in the business, just get me a good TV. But you know what that means to them. They're not calibrators. What would you, after seeing this, which one would you choose based on that?
As the number 2 in performance, you could say. So the Samsung QD OLED is right behind the Sony. It's very, very close. I mean, and of course the non-reflective screen, for the average living room makes a big difference. Yeah.
It's been very controversial.
Yes, it has.
Among reviewers and consumers.
Yes.
And it's really split down the middle. You either love it because you see what it does,
or
you hate it because you see how it affects the picture negatively.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that anti-reflective technology?
Okay, so I've already done a few calibrations in people's homes with it.
Okay.
They bought it specifically for the least amount of reflection. So if they're thinking of it that way, they're not thinking about the deepest black levels possible. They're just making sure that the glare from the lighting in the room, because not everybody puts a backlight behind their TV sets. We got to be real about it, right? And there's a lot of rooms with floor-to-ceiling windows, that 10, 12, 15-foot ceilings. Okay, that particular screen helps out quite a bit. And most often the case, that's not always the reference monitor anyway.
Right.
And if somebody wants if somebody doesn't want that screen, they can always go with the S90D. I mean, it is
another QD OLED.
It's another QD
less
OLED.
expensive.
It's just a little bit lower.
Without the glare.
Yep, the nit value is it's minor between the two. There is a difference between it, but if that's what you want to use as a reference monitor, then you can. It wasn't here today at the Shootout, but that is an option. And then the LG OLEDs. If I don't talk about that,
let's talk about this. So,
sure, yeah.
So far, you've had the A95L.
Yep.
And the Samsung QD OLEDs.
Yes.
And then, of course, we had the G4.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want people to think the G4 was like way over there as junk or anything.
No.
How close was it, and what did it do slightly wrong that you were just like, what is that one thing it didn't do well enough for?
Well, how about this? Let's start about what it did right.
What did it do right?
What did it do
That's
right?
great.
Because,
What did it do
because
right?
I like this. I don't like to focus only on the negatives because I think it's really important that your viewers see here about what is good about a set. Because first of all, it is able to achieve a high nit value, which is great. That MLA display, it brings it up. Okay. What else did it do well? Resolution. So we got to remember that that there's pretty much a square pixel on the OLED, on the WOLED, whereas there's a triangular pixel array,
That's right.
subpixel array.
That structure is slightly different.
Yes.
And you notice that.
Well, yes. If we put up a resolution pattern that uses a checkerboard, okay, the LG OLED can actually show the checkers properly. That's lost on the QD OLED because of the triangular subpixel array.
Point.
All right. So I mean, if you're working up very close on the monitor, if you're doing any kind of graphics work, then I think that the LG would definitely be a bit more of a better choice in that regard. Okay. If again, depending on how close you see, you may see on the triangular subpixel array. Some people notice that it looks a little green on one side on the top. It looks a little purple along the bottom because you got just the way you have green and blue and red on the bottom, right?
Okay.
So that's one option. So the LG does that part right. Where it can struggle Okay, it has to do with the color purity, right? So you have quantum dots, and then you've got the blue diodes in the LEDs, or sorry, in the OLED as well. But there's filters on the OLED. So what ends up happening is if you take a spectral power distribution of these monitors, you'll see that the QD OLED has very nice spikes in red, green, and blue. Okay, if anybody who's familiar with those graphs. The LG OLED, on the other hand, will have that nice blue spike, which is from the blue OLED, and then the red and the green are kind of really matched together with yellow. So what you can't get on it is the wide color gamut. Right. So that's why if you ever take measurements of the BT2020 or P3, you'll find out that the QD OLEDs have far greater color gamut because of that. Whereas it's affected on the WOLED because it just doesn't have that same color purity that a QD OLED has. And anybody who's curious about it, they can research on how, right. And we'll get into that here, but they can research that.
And I just want to make sure, because this is a lot of the discussion is, so we all recognize the color purity, but do you see it at lower luminances or only the higher luminances in that certain content? Aha! But in normal content under 1,000 nits, is it that obvious?
Okay, so that's a good question. First of all, in higher luminance, you start losing the color purity mainly because the white subpixel takes over. So you've got that extra brightness that the WOLEDs need to get. So the higher the brightness goes, the higher that white subpixel goes. What ends up happening is the more white you add into it, the more colors the colors become desaturated, right? So that's where one thing you don't get that color volume with the gamut that's required. On the flip side of things, the OLEDs, the WOLEDs, and this is not just strictly related to the G4, this has been inherent in the design for the last many generations. The darker the picture gets, okay, the color gamut also retracts, okay? So meaning that if I were to take a measurement, and most of you who are looking at color charts online from reviews, you'll see a color sweep, right? You got a saturation sweep, right, and the dots fall in the squares. Well, that's done at 75% stimulus, which is about 50% of the light output of the display. But if I were to reduce that, if I were to take that same saturation sweep at say 25% of the light of the display, 10% of the light of the display, or even 1% of the light of the display, you need a very low luminance spectroradiometer to read that. You'll find out that gamut chart pulls into the center. Really? So what ends up happening is that the color saturation decreases the darker the picture gets. So when we put up a couple patterns on there which showed the low luminance color, you'll see that the LG OLED was pretty much black and white, whereas the QD OLEDs had much better color saturation, those levels.
In real content, if you have a shadow detailed scene, that's not just monochromatic, but there's a little bit of color.
Yes.
You won't see that color.
You won't see it on the OLED. You'll see it on the QD OLED.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
And did you see
that? And that was visible there today.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think this is kind of give us an idea of your thoughts and to the audience. Any questions for anyone? Oh, I know what we haven't talked about is mini LED. So we talked about OLED.
Yes.
How close was mini LED to OLED as far as competitively, because you've chosen OLED so far?
I have, yes.
So what are your thoughts on the latest, the Bravia 9, the QN95D, the QNED?
Yeah, so the Bravia 9 is a very interesting display. It's actually my first time with it today, so I hadn't actually seen it prior to. And there was very select scenes where clearly the Bravia 9 was designed to be the home version of the BVM. It doesn't quite hit the same levels, but it's the closest that I've seen out there, right? So you've got a nit value of at least 3,000 nits on a 10% white window. You open up that full screen, it's going to drop a bit, right? But the BVM still excels. But in terms of holding color and brightness levels, that out of the 3 LCD panels that were there, it was the better one of the 3. Although all LCD panels, I mean, they are going to have the limitations. They're local dimming displays. Depending on how tight the zones are, you're going to see halos, right?
And you saw it?
Oh yes, I did. I mean, now with these QD OLEDs, I mean, they can play bright. They can work well with a lot of lighting situations. LCD TV sets as well. They can place very bright. They're less expensive for the most part, right? So it kind of becomes a bit of a price point piece. So the Samsung LCD that was out there as well. as respectable it was, it had a deep saturation, which typically Samsung likes to
Yes, they do.
push.
It's still their thing.
This like to push it, right? But you know, it still suffers. You know, if you have a starry sky and you got a black background, you're going to see little square patches of gray kind of around, right? It was visible today, but so I guess for viewers who are thinking, it's like, well, you know, here goes the same old question again, like the old days, right? Do I buy plasma or buy LCD, right?
Brian, I want to call. Is Dwayne available? We'll call him after.
Between the two, right? And I think for most people now, it's probably a bit on the price point. Do they want to put the extra towards a QD OLED? Do they want to stay with a WOLED because, you know, they're a C4, right? They're very inexpensive. You get a great contrast panel. C4 wasn't here today. And then the quantum dot LCDs, they do have a wider color gamut. They do play bright.
Yep.
I said LCDs, yep. And then of course the lower you go in price, the bigger the zones and the less contrast you're going to get. And that was evident on one of the models we had today.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, so you're the first-time guest. You know.
I am, yeah.
I'm so glad you're here sharing your thoughts. Have you judged shootouts before? Is this your first shootout?
This is my first shootout here.
Just in general, just other shootouts.
Yeah, I mean, I've done shootouts at film studios I do work for. You know, we'll bring in different panels. You know, we'll compare them to a BVM or a PVM if that's all they have. You know, years ago in Toronto, because I do Toronto, Montreal. So for you Canadians out there, you can reach out to me at any time. You know, there were shows where we had multiple panels on the floor, and I'd calibrate all of them and gave people who walked the show floor to kind of see them. But in terms of having you here today and other press and other representatives being interested in the results, this is the first time I've been at an event like this.
Then my question is, so kind of two-part. The first one is, a lot of people believe that in a show like this, having it a blind test, meaning you don't know which TV is what, would prevent any kind of confirmation bias or preconceived biases. Like if you're a Sony fan, you know which is a Sony, you almost mail it in, or vice versa. If you're an LG fan, doesn't matter, right? So what are your thoughts on these comparisons in terms of, would it have made a difference? I mean, we're speculating, but have you done it before as a blind test? Would you have preferred it was a blind test where you don't know what the TVs are?
Great question. I'll speak for myself on this particular one. I don't want to give any free pass to any panel. So for me, it's strictly evaluative. I want to know the strengths and I want to know every limitation of the panel. And for me, if one panel that I preferred before, if I put it, like I loved LG OLEDs, and I still do to a point, but I put it under the gun, right? I want to know exactly where it's going to be deficient. Doing a blind test on it, it's not going to do anything different for me, because what I saw today, I gave it the value, and it doesn't mean that I gave the A95L any free pass. Right. No. I gave it tough marks at times, right? So for me, like, if the BVM is a 5 on the scale, well, to me that means there's no scoring on that sheet that should ever hit a 5. Otherwise, it's a match to the BVM, and they all have drawbacks that don't hit what the BVM does. So, and I look at it in a way as like, well, maybe a 2.5 is a bit of a fail, and anything below that is like, how far down does it fail? There's no negative digits on this scoring sheet.
0 means it doesn't turn on.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, so for me, I think, especially considering that Sony and Samsung and LG are here, I want to be able to tell them,
help them out,
what we need to do to make a better product. Okay. And I'm not a fanboy by any means. Okay, just because I say I may choose the Sony A95L. Next year something different can happen, and I gave LG my thoughts today, and I gave Samsung my thoughts, and I gave Sony my thoughts, and I say this is what we need to improve.
Now, speaking of improvements, the second half is, what would you do differently in this shootout to help you as a judge choose the TV? Is there something like, because we like to improve the shootout every year to help judges select the TV, whether it's content selection, what would you, if you could do 1 or 2 things differently next year if you come back?
Have maybe a little bit more space to work around. It was pretty tight in there, especially when you need a little bit more space to move back from the monitors, and there's a lot of, it's very dark in the room. Not sure how many viewers saw what was going on in there when we were doing it. I think, I think the shootout was done quite well in terms of the content that was picked was exceptionally well for the levels or for the criteria that was picked. This by no criticism by any means. It's always to help make things better.
Absolutely.
It's like, well, maybe the criteria could have been given in advance, maybe to myself, and give maybe feedback. Say like, what is it that as a calibrator, as an evaluator, as a judge, what is it that I want to take a look at? Because some of the categories they could have been merged together a little bit, because maybe the meanings of the words were a little bit too similar, so to separate them and look for them made it a bit more challenging. But if you were to combine it in one category, it would have been a bit more effective.
Okay.
Yeah.
And before the results? Okay. So we're getting an update on the count, and it's like another 90 minutes before the count.
It's like election night, so
I know, right? I got a recount. Last year we had a tie. I had to do a recount to make sure it wasn't a tie.
Wow.
And the last thing I want to hear is it's a tie. But, so more space, more room, letting you know ahead of time the categories or the scenes, so that you could throw in your 5 cents or even understand, well, what does this mean? What's the definition?
Because a lot of us were kind of saying, well, what do you mean by this? What are we exactly looking for, right? And just having that clarity so we know what we're going in on would be a bit better. Yeah.
Can I photobomb?
Yeah.
Come on in.
Come on, Robert. So here we have the 20th anniversary man himself. It's his 20th birthday.
Guy right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he's 25, not 20.
I know,
but
isn't that something?
now I know we're still counting. So I'm hearing it's another hour maybe?
No, much less. I came in to tell you that. They look like they're near the end of the tabulation.
Oh, okay, so we might have this.
So
you're
going to be
going to come
announcing the winners tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm asking each judge, you're next. Are you willing to come on? All right.
Very good.
So we have another judge. So this gentleman here,
Mike.
that's
number one.
Mike, calibrator, and we want him back.
Yes,
fans
indeed.
love him, Mike.
I haven't been reading, so
How could you not? How could you not?
He had very strong and very well thought out discussion with why he chose. No, the Sony's what he would take home. Now, whether he voted for that, but he was very clear as to why he felt the Sony was good, and the Samsung's very close, and LG has its strengths and the differences between media, LED, and OLED. Now, what Mike said that what I thought was very good is next year the judges would like the criteria sent ahead of time so they could discuss with us. Well,
that's a good idea.
When you say like
that's a good idea. Is that from you?
Detail.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Well, so that way he could understand better. So when he comes in, he knows what we mean by
I'm ready to go.
shadow detail, whatever it's like. Everyone's a little bit.
Interesting story about the A95L is I'm on Sony's dealer council where I advise
It's on
them.
sale.
Yes, well it is. But I advise them on picture quality enhancements and firmware upgrades and what we want to see in the future. So a year and a half ago, they invite me to headquarters to meet all the engineers and work with them and give them my ideas. And they announced to me that the A95L is going to carry over to 2024.
Okay.
I said, there's no successor to
Right,
the
there's no
A95L?
Bravia 10.
They said, hey, you're on the dealer council to advise us. Tell me what you want us to do better. And I had nothing to say. So after they were done laughing at me, they said, see, that's it. But we have some big advancements on mini LED.
Yes,
And
you
they
did.
disclosed to me
That
what
was-
they were doing with the backlight master drive that not only will control each and every little tiny mini LED, but it controls the luminance level and the color.
Yeah.
Well, that's the new upgrade this year.
Well, from apparently the consumer end, that's how the Pro version ended up applying
That's
it
right.
into the
That's
BVM
correct.
this year. So,
That's
so the
correct.
Pro version, the Pro side
Uses
of Sony,
the same backlight
they
second
got
generation.
it from the consumer
That
end.
is
So the
correct,
consumer was
by the way.
pushing for the higher quality image, and
That's
and
right.
it works well for post, right?
Yes, it does.
I was surprised that you thought it matched so well on the brightness side with the
I know.
BVM. because normally,
know.
as reviewers, we
know.
say it, but to hear from a professional,
No, it does.
who's
Yeah.
like, oh, actually, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
So
It's,
that's
it's not
great.
exactly,
It's not exact.
but it's
Yeah.
extremely
It's
close.
Yeah,
close.
there's still going to be tone mapping that's going to be applied to the consumer stuff, and and when you put it under extreme bright situations, then you'll see a little bit of color shifting. But when things flash really quickly, you're not going to notice it. Too
It's
much,
amazing
right?
they found content that's that bright.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, it's not easy to find.
Well, there's been a
movie
fair
content.
amount of content. Not a lot, but a fair amount.
if anybody wants
but
to
we're
know-
going to see a lot more coming out now with the BVM HX 3110. Everybody's buying it in Hollywood, and they're going to start grading things at 4,000 nits again.
Yeah. And
So if you have a Bravia 9, you're a lucky guy.
And if anybody wants to know how we're finding content, with those values, is that the BVMs actually have scopes on them.
Yes. Yes. I love that scope.
It's got a color gamut scope. It's got a luminance scope. So we're able to feed in the signal and actually evaluate to see what points actually hit those 4,000 nits,
Yes.
which scenes expand out to BT 2020
I
really
know.
wide, right? So it's not just a guessing game for us.
Right.
We're able
Right.
to actually see it.
Yep. Very
All right.
good.
Let me see, Robert. Do you ask Classy what kind of fine tuning ETA? Because I want to make sure we have enough room or enough time for another judge. And then he'll just sit down, oh, we got the results.
Yeah.
So if you can check, let me know.
I
and
think
then
it's about 20 minutes.
20 more minutes.
Max.
Okay. We'll have room for another judge.
Yeah.
Tell the audience what your thoughts on past TVs, what you use for yourself now. I know your A95L is your future TV.
Yes.
Yes.
Share with us what you're watching now.
Yep.
And I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, I actually use a JVC projector.
Oh, that's okay.
Yes,
That's
that's
nice.
right. That's right. And LG OLED. I mean, why LG?
Right.
LG OLED. For the many years, it's been a fantastic television set. And for all of you who are out there who have LG OLEDs, I don't want you to walk away from today and say, "Oh my gosh, I've got the worst thing on the planet. I need to replace
a
it right
minimal
now."
difference, yeah.
You got to remember that as a calibrator, and all of us here, we're just trying to really get down to the nth degree. Is where can we make improvements? And LG OLEDs they just have such fantastic image quality still, and they've worked really well as HDR has been coming into play, because we think the early days of HDR, we weren't really using the limits of the system, right? It was colorists were just learning how to use it. So the LG and its, say, limitations of, say, 600, 700, 800 nits, we've seen that progression over the last decade. Well, now it's okay, we're turning a page now in filmmaking. Now people are using 1,000 nits, and now we want to start moving towards 4,000.
Yep.
So now it's time to say, all right, let's look at the displays that we've got available right now. What is able to actually hit these levels and hit it correctly with the correct color volume? So even though I have an LG and I've loved LG, it's okay, with the new content that will be coming out over the next several years, is the LG capable of reproducing the art? Okay, the art of filmmaking as much as possible, or do I need to reconsider what I'm watching for the full enjoyment of it? And that's what we're doing here today.
Yes.
We're trying to figure that out.
Before you go,
Yeah.
I have one last question for you, because I think this is one that it's the same theme. You have a projector that you love.
Yeah.
And now you've seen these amazing HDR QD OLEDs.
Yes.
Which would you choose? Large SDR, but immersive on a projector, over 100 inches.
Yeah.
Smaller QD OLED, but obviously awesome. You sit a little closer. If you were to choose one, which would it be?
Wait, large SDR, so not HDR on
Or
projector?
whatever your
Projectors
projectors
are
Yeah,
HDR.
because we could do
HDR,
HDR,
but it's
yeah,
Some
yeah.
are
not
4K.
that level.
Some are
Okay.
8K.
Okay.
So
JVC
HDR
is 8K.
capable, but it's not the same level.
See, they're two different experiences.
Okay.
So let me say that why I say this is that with a QD OLED or an LG OLED, if I'm looking at a 1,000 nit content or just under, I know that the art in terms of the contrast ratio is going to be accurate on the panel. So if I want to evaluate the content, I want that dynamic range, that's there. But what these panels can't do, and this is why I choose this for projector for a theater,
Right.
I can't do 2.39 to 1 native on a screen. If I'm going to go projector, which I do, okay,
The wide
I
scope.
go wide, right? You
Yes.
want to go 239,
That's
right?
right.
Because
'Cause it's the
I
movie
want
watching.
that
Okay,
immersive
that's
experience.
right. Fair enough.
And at that point in time, I'm saying, you know what, I'm willing to like let go of the 1,000 nits for this. You know, I just want the immersion. I want that feel. No, I do the poor man's zoom. That's right. So it's just a couple lens memories, but now with a new Mad VR core, that may change things out, right? You know, that's for those of you who are interested in it. Yeah? So we'll see there.
Right,
Yeah.
well, thank you so much for your time.
You're
Mike.
very welcome.
And we're gonna bring in Kenny, our next judge. We'll see you next year, hopefully.
Sounds good. And can I tell my website?
Yes,
Or people that say
absolutely,
yeah. So
please.
so
Yeah,
for any of
plug
you,
his website.
that's right. So you can reach me at videocalibrations.ca. Really easy to find. Videocalibrations.ca, and it's Mike. Yes, and my last name is said as Osachu, and it's a tough one, but
Is that spelled correctly? Videocalibrations.ca.
Videocalibrations.ca. That's me.
All right,
guys.
If you're in Canada, call up Mike.
That's it.
Thank
Take care.
you. All right, Kenny. Hello. You're back. So our good friend Judge Kenny is back for another year of excitement.
I'm back. Excited to see you.
I'm excited to see you, my friend.
Yeah, always.
So we ask everyone, so now you can share your opinion. No one's judging. There is no right answer. There is no wrong answer.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
So, watching everything, which one is your winner of the shootout? And you know, because
It's been really interesting. I tried to first of all I worked out for this. I went to the eye doctor yesterday.
Oh, you still worked out by yourself?
Yeah, no, I worked out. I got lubrication for the eyes. I stretched.
right,
I ate. I got
You learned
it.
your lesson from last year.
Last
Dry
year was
eyes,
rough.
No glasses.
Last year was rough, right? So I wanted to get it together so that I could really participate. And just look at the numbers, right? Just look at the actual criteria and focus on the numbers of what things we're doing.
Okay.
And for this year, the Sony stood really well and hard.
Which Sony?
OLED.
So the A95L. Now,
Yes.
here's the thing. You were here last year.
Yes.
You saw the A95L.
Yeah.
It's back after several firmware updates. Did you feel it was better this year or the same?
So I think last year the processing was definitely turned off, and it might have been on this year. I'm not sure. I don't want to say something that was not correct. But the things that it does well, it just does really well. You know, without getting into the absolute details, it's just really beautiful. Matching it to the Sony monitor, like that's one thing. You know,
Okay.
like it's got an advantage right there. But motion and interpolation is just smooth.
Now, do you remember which you voted for last year? Was it also the?
I didn't realize it, but someone else told me that it was Sony for me.
So second year in a row for Sony.
Yeah.
And again, the directions were very clear. It has to be the closest match to the reference
To the reference monitor.
And that's why you voted for the Sony. You felt it was the closest.
Definitely, yeah.
Where was its weakness? Like, where did it do less well than the other TVs in terms of matching to the reference monitor?
I mean, it's hard to say. I think I would have to go back and look at it because, you know, we were in the dark and it was like that concentration thing of going
20 pages?
of going back and forth. I know that like I was putting in a lot of fives, you know, for a lot of different things, and I usually don't rate that high, but it was like just dead on to the reference monitor where it was like color.
My bad, I forgot to introduce you. I know. Hey, this is Kenny. Like, who the heck is Kenny? Just pull him off the street.
Yeah,
if
I
you
am.
can introduce, what is it? Because every year we ask him to introduce
I
himself.
am.
But who is Kenny? What do you do? And why are you a judge?
So I'm a level 3 calibrator, and trained with these guys. I am nowhere in the place where Dwayne and Jason and these guys who do all these monitors are. And then traditionally I've been a video engineer, video, audio, everything in production, and recently it's been more marketing focused.
Okay.
Always been marketing adjacent, but marketing focused, and trying to get technology into business and be that liaison for people who can't do it for themselves.
I know last year you mentioned you bought yourself a Samsung S95B.
I thought I did maybe the year before that, but yeah, that was I got it the year it came out. Yeah.
How close is this to that TV? Will you replace it, or? Because I don't want to make it sound like the A95L was like this far ahead of everyone else.
So I think the other thing with all the monitors is they're really close.
Yeah.
They're really really close.
All the OLEDs were really,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. All the OLEDs are very, very close. And with a really good calibration, they get even better. I think even though most people won't do it, most people won't buy a $400 monitor and calibrate it, but I've calibrated a $400 monitor and it still looks good. So the calibration thing is big. It works into like your budget, like how much you have to spend, or how much are you willing to pay, because you may look at a monitor that's $1,800 on discount or whatever the deal is, and a monitor that's $35, and then when you do the math, is the features you get worth that difference of 2 more monitors or another monitor, and that's going to be really up to you if you want all those new doodads or not.
Now, we know you like OLED, obviously.
I do.
What are your thoughts on the mini LED LCD TV side? How did they compare this year?
They, I don't. Is there a nice way to say it?
No, be honest, because we know it is what it is.
Is there? I can't go back.
Can't go back. That's all you have to say.
Yeah,
Now,
you can't you can't go back. Again, I just told you a story. I calibrated a fairly inexpensive LED monitor a while ago, and it still looks amazing. And that's great. That you can do things to calibrate it very well and make it look good. But the OLEDs have just they're pushing in every direction.
Well,
the only other thing that I think that does
What's up, handsome?
that does stick out to me recently is size of monitors and viewing distance.
Okay. So what is your viewing distance now?
Well, because the ISF stuff, Joel says, you sit this distance away from the monitor and everything. But I think for gaming, people have started to move a bit closer.
Yes, they have.
Right? People have started to move a bit.
Like 5 feet away from a 77-inch TV.
Yeah, and the immersion.
I'm so tan.
The immersion is outrageous.
Yeah.
Because you're in front. You have to turn your head to see each side of the screen. If you move back a bit and watch a movie, the person's head on the screen is bigger than you.
Yep.
Right. So this thing, I think part of it is OLEDs are great, but the bigger monitors are getting really nice to be able to just have that level of immersion in your living room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm trying to rush through all the judges before the announcement.
Yeah.
So we have 2 that voted for the Sony A95L. We have number 3 waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
Let's see if
Oh, you're getting a feel for it that way. Oh,
we say we go for 3 for 3 or not. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Kenny.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, guys.
we'll see. Hopefully we can fit in one more judge before before the winner is announced.
No. No.
Okay.
Hey,
How are you?
Mr. Judge.
Yes.
Please introduce yourself. I don't think I've seen you before. And what do you do? Why are you a judge?
Well, my name is Richard Drutman, and I just wandered in off the street.
I knew it. There's got to be one every year.
And I was looking for coffee, and somebody said, "Hey,
We have
do you
space for one more judge.
do you watch TV?" I'm like, "I've seen a couple of TV shows." I'm like, "Well, maybe."
I know it's an appliance in my home.
Yeah, exactly. They said, "Do you want to judge what TVs are like?" I'm like, "Okay, great." Okay, seriously, I was a judge last year.
Okay.
For the first time, and actually called Robert up at Value Electronics to purchase something, and then I started telling him that I'm a filmmaker. I have I do a lot of post-production work. I have my own very full DaVinci Resolve suite, so very much into monitors and things of that nature. And Robert happened to say, "Listen, we have a space for a judge." This was last year. He said, "Would you consider doing it?" I'm like, "Yeah, it actually sounds interesting. It sounds fun. I mean, I'm definitely a pixel peeper." And I'm always testing things, in my own setup. I actually happen to be like the last judge that you. Yeah, sure. Oh, Robert said about another 40 minutes.
40?
Yeah.
40?
Yes. So I'm actually a huge Projector fan. I've been using Projector for many, many years. I didn't even own a flat panel till 2017. I've been using CRT for editing and things like that before that, and of course I use computer monitors and things of that nature. But so I actually came here, meeting Robert cost me a lot of money because...
Yeah, $20 a visit.
Yes, because I went and I saw the Sony W6000 projector, and I was using, I'm almost embarrassed to admit the projector that I had been using before that. It was a BenQ W6000, and that was like a 14-year-old projector.
Oh, wow.
And, it was pretty good. It actually started blowing bulbs. I took the damn thing apart. There's a guy on YouTube that has, a video about how to take these projectors apart and clean the fans out. I did that, and it was working quite well. Once Robert showed me the Sony 6000, I was like, because I was planning on getting an A95L, and I kind of held off on that. To go with the 6000, and believe it or not, I'm running it on a 20-foot diagonal screen.
So you got the A95L last year?
No, I didn't. I have not gotten the A95. 20-foot diagonal screen.
20 foot.
20 foot,
there
yes.
You go.
It doesn't really have enough light output
Right,
for that, but I happen to find a material from China that I imported for some filmmaking stuff. Is it like an alternate green screen technology? And I said, I've got this 4-foot by 5-foot piece of material. I've got this new projector. Let me just tape it up onto the wall with painter's tape. Let me just see what it looks like. And I was blown away.
Okay.
It was it had high gain. It was like, it's a gray material with a reflective surface, and I'm like, what? Let me order some rolls of the stuff and sort of make my own screen. It has to be pieced, so it's not really a commercial product. But I was convinced that there's probably going to be a hot spot. There's got to be some downside to it. There's no free lunch. But when I got it set up, maybe because of my throw distance is about 22 feet, so that is perhaps helping with the lack of hotspot. But it's better than really any commercial material that I've been sent. I just happen to hit it right with this. Like I said, there is a very, very slight seam, so it's not really a commercial product. Maybe aficionados would go, no, I can't deal with that because on a very bright scene, you see a tiny faint line. I can't deal with that. But, for me, as the previous judge was saying, I really like the immersion. I really like a large image.
Right.
And, I also feel from a filmmaking standpoint, when I watch one of my productions or another film on an OLED, it doesn't have that cinematic feel to it. It's almost like a hyper cinematic feel.
It's like hyper real, like high frame rates, right?
Yes,
it's a bit too real. I got it.
Yes, and the things like light, for example, like lighting sources. One of the things that I look at as a filmmaker is I don't like. They call it sourcey. Like if you have your lights, they're too close to you. They feel you can sense the source of the lighting.
Yeah.
You take the same light and you back it up another 10 or 15 feet. It doesn't. It just feels more natural. But of course, you need more light to be able to do that.
Right.
And so I notice light sources in watching, OLEDs. The seams of the filmmaking.
I see. It's too good. It leaves nothing to the imagination because you know exactly where everything is. Because the clarity and the contrast is.
It is, and when you're watching, when you go to a cinema. The contrast ratio is less. So, and cinematographers are always trying to control contrast ratio. That's one of the most important things.
So it's actually, you don't always go for maximum contrast. You fit the contrast to your creative intent. I never thought of it that
Exactly,
way.
yeah, yes. And cinematographers, they're always running around with their light meters to see what the ratio is between their key light and their fill light and their backlight because if something is off, the ratio is too high, you're going to feel the backlight rather than just have it be, something
natural.
Exactly, precisely.
Okay.
So anyway, probably your next question is about the monitors that we were looking at today.
Given all of that,
yes.
you have the monitor, and then I always have to repeat this. So the direction is which one best matches the reference, not preference, right? And at the end of it all, was there one that best matched the reference monitor for you, and why?
Yes. Okay. First of all, I think Sony has an unfair advantage here. It's not really unfair, but because of the processing in the 3110 is is, I guess, similar to the processing in their commercial, in their,
Good point.
you know, their
TVs.
yeah,
Consumer TVs.
consumer. So they're going to. I feel like they always have an advantage because they're going to always match, you know, their X1 chip, their reality creation, their so a lot of stuff trickles down to their line. So the color science of the Sony is going to match the reference Sony monitor, I feel always better, regardless of the display technology. So there's that.
And that makes sense because Hollywood reference studios, they use the BVM 3110. So that's there. And then if you get a Sony, they have that color science on the 3110. They just transfer it over when designing a TV.
Yeah, yes, and
now, it sounds like you're implying that the Sony's a bit more closer to the BVM. Is
yes,
that where we get
yes,
at?
it
All
is,
right.
yes.
Exactly like it.
Yeah, yeah.
How close though? I mean,
It's very close. I mean, don't get me wrong. That BVM monitor. I mean, when Robert's not looking, I'm looking at load that thing into my car because that would fit right in my edit suite perfectly. But maybe actually if I sold the car, then I could get the BVM. But that's way too rich for my blood. I actually happen to use in my editing and color grading suite a monitor that's now defunct. It's a LG Joled monitor.
Joled.
Yes.
Oh, so Japan OLED designed in Japan.
Yes.
That panel company.
Yep. And it's basically an RGB panel, but without the white pixel.
Right. It's RGB direct view.
Yeah.
How's it look?
It's great. It's great. The thing is, it's I think the maximum.
This is a Joled.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Interesting.
It's RGB direct view, 16 inches, $400.
Wow.
4K. Yeah.
Wow. Really
It's
nice.
a ViewSonic. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh, excellent. Now, unfortunately, Joled went out of business.
Yes, they did.
So
not enough people bought it.
yeah, you can't get those monitors anymore. I mean, it's too bad because it was a great technology. And when those monitors came out, the LG, I think it was the EP32950. When those came out, people were touting them as, hey, this is sort of approaching what the Sony BVMs at the time could do. Of course, the Sony BVMs have gotten better since the last generation. It doesn't have the nits. It's really an SDR monitor, which is fine because the type of grading that I'm doing now, the short form kind of work that I do is SDR. I'm hoping to get some feature films off the ground, which would be HDR, and then of course I would have to upgrade my grading monitors.
Now you mentioned SDR, so that kind of lowers the luminance a bit, maybe lowers the benchmark.
Yeah.
It kind of takes me to the second place TV for you. So A95L was, wow, this is good. What was close?
This typically I have not been a fan of Samsung, but I really think that they have improved their product tremendously. Now I'm not sure, do you know, is the Samsung and the Sony the same panel?
Yes.
Okay.
Samsung Display is the only one that's producing the QD OLED, and both Sony and Samsung for those TVs sourced it from Samsung Display.
Got it.
Actually, the Samsung S95D is 3rd gen.
Yeah, so
They're actually
S95D is
different
using
generations.
the
Oh, really?
the
Oh, okay.
slightly
Second
more
generation.
efficient, slightly brighter version,
Uh-huh.
but it's
Oh.
accurate, so it shouldn't be. But
Got it.
yeah, so Samsung
Different
Display
processor,
is
obviously.
using the same panel technology. But yeah, that's
So
probably,
I think that they've really caught up. Years ago, I was not a fan of Samsung. I felt like the colors were really overblown and artificial, and they were like punchy, sort of like torch mode, in the store.
Yeah.
So I was never really a fan of Samsung displays, but I actually recently got a 49-inch, 52 by 9? Like an ultra widescreen monitor as my GUI interface monitor for my computer system. And it's really interesting. It has 2 inputs, so you can have 2 monitors side by side, but they don't have to be equally spaced. You can have 2/3 and 1/3, and it's really interesting. Like I said, the color fidelity, because it's a GUI display, the color fidelity is a little bit, is a little bit iffy, but again, it's not meant to be like an accurate monitor. You've got your other displays, for that.
and So just to let you know, Samsung recently introduced Filmmaker mode in the last few years to make it to satisfy the accuracy enthusiasts, whereas before that they didn't really have a Filmmaker mode. And their Filmmaker mode in the last 2 years has become really accurate. So there is a space that they're addressing, and apparently it impressed you. So
no, very much so, very much so. And they're, in terms of the tone mapping, I mean, there wasn't really a category to judge the tone mapping. They were kind of asking us to judge the display itself, but I really couldn't separate the tone mapping from the display itself because I think the tone mapping is really responsible for, you know, highlights like in flames and things of that nature. You know, what is displayed, and I noticed the Samsung held up really, really well. But again, that's a manufacturer choice. Do you know? Here's a question for you. Do you know? Are any of the displays using dynamic tone mapping, or are they static tone maps?
So it's the source dependent. So if the source is static, it's technically static, but what the TVs are doing so well is they're dynamically adjusting to that static image.
Got it.
And that's why I've been saying that dynamic tone mapping as a metadata, it's very hard to distinguish now because the TVs are so good at it. Whereas at the beginning, TVs were terrible at it.
Right.
And so Dolby Vision and HDR10 Plus wanted to help them out. Okay, here's dynamic data, so you can adjust it per scene. But with the chips and the software and everything being what it is, progressed so much, it's nearly indistinguishable between meta and dynamic, and it's more of different but not necessarily better tone mapping. And so I mean the G4 is so good where you could even adjust your tone mapping roll off on the TV itself.
Oh wow, okay.
So you're like, you know, I want to roll off this. It's 4,000 nit content. I want it to roll off earlier so I get all the detail, or I want it to clip because I want to see that brightness. You can make that choice. So it makes any HDR content relevant to the TV. It doesn't have to be either Dolby Vision dynamic metadata, so you can get dynamic tone map. It could be either one. And your TV is going to treat it very well.
Interesting. Because one of the things that I've struggled with my Sony 6000 projector is when watching HDR material. So what I would do is I would compare a 4K HDR stream with a 4K stream, no HDR. And what I would notice is that sometimes people's faces would be in silhouette, and that was clearly not the cinematographer's intention.
So you nailed it. We had a shootout with your projector about 2 years ago when they introduced it against the JVC, the NZ series, and the Epson, and Sony was there, and they go, "What's wrong with our tone mapping?" So there is an issue. If fed the same HDR metadata, the Sony appears to struggle with HDR back then, and that could still be the case now.
Well, because I think what they're doing is they're choosing, because the highlights on the Sony projector never seem to blow out. So it's really
the low.
It's the
it's
lows.
below the midtones.
Yes.
And
that's I ended up having to make a very, very expensive purchase.
NavVR?
No, I went with the Lumigen. The Lumigen 5000
and
series.
we actually had that comparison where you had it default without the MadVR, and then you threw in the MadVR, and it fixed it, and that was like, and so Sony knew,
And MadVR now has this brand new series out.
That's affordable.
Yeah, that's
6,000,
affordable. Yes,
right?
I mean it's still very, very expensive product, but it's my thought process that you should not need to have an external device to fix dynamic, tone mapping.
And the TVs don't, but the projectors. Now, Dolby Vision capable projectors are supposed to do it better because that's what that dynamic metadata is. But JVC has proven that you don't need that. Got some super chats. Hey guys, sorry, we're so into this.
Okay.
Let me check our super chats here real quick.
Okay. Are the super chats saying get rid of this guy? Is that what are they saying? Give this guy the hook? Is that what they're?
Is that how it is? All right, let's see here. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Run down. There we go. All right. Dave Simmons asked, regarding brightness pumping, Top Gun Maverick, hangar scenes, 5 to 6 times. When shot cuts to Maverick, you will see the brightness pumping. So that's something that I will send over to Sony support. David, thank you for letting us know. And they will put that in their list of things to address. So we're talking about the Bravia 9, which is a great segue. What are your thoughts on the Bravia 9? Because he's complaining that in certain scenes, the brightness isn't, you have this brightness pumping.
Wow.
Did you see any of that on the
Interesting.
Bravia 9?
I did not note. I did not notice that. I think certainly the LCDs have gotten better, but they're still not my cup of tea. I mean, I really, in terms of a direct view monitor, I really like the OLED better.
You notice.
But that being said, obviously I'm not a black level freak because I use a projector and I'm using a high gain screen, which raises the black level. So black level is not my ultimate, ultimate need, but I'm feeling like the OLEDs are better. Certainly the mini LEDs. I think that technology is advancing. I think that there's a lot of potential there, and we know they're going to get a lot better.
Brian, I have to check to see what the time is. Well, no, because it's 5:47. So let me see what the ETA is on that. Oh yeah, ask him to see. Yeah, ask him to see if we're close to the. No, he's counting. So see how close we are to the final winner. And
I see a comment that's Sony's dumb AI processing.
Well, let's talk about that. Did you notice that interfering with any of the TVs? Like, on the one hand, you have the reference monitor, which has no AI processing, right? It's trying to get you that just raw, unfiltered, no tone mapping, and then it clips. And the TVs, you cannot really disable all processing. Did you notice that jumping in any of the scenes to affect whether it's the Sony or the Samsungs or the LGs?
Maybe once or twice I noticed a little something like that, but I thought it was quite good.
Okay.
I thought that they're really, they've really progressed and, yeah.
Perfect. Now, I'm so bad. Can you reintroduce yourself? I was going to say, thank you.
Richard Trotman.
Richard.
Yes, from Triode Pictures.
There you go. Go ahead, plug.
Okay, triodepictures.com is my website. Short form filmmaker and do a lot of different types of films and things of that nature. And I'm actually developing some feature films right now that we're doing some arrays for financing for that. With
the hardest part.
Yes, that is the most difficult part of filmmaking. Of course, you have to have all the other skills.
Sure. I got Brad Pitt lined up. You sure you don't want to fund it?
Yeah, that's generally how that game works. But we're doing things a little bit differently.
Okay.
We'll see what happens with that. But hey, it was great speaking with you.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay, and we'll see if we can get you a tally on how long it's going to take to
Yes. Brian.
Richard, thank you.
Brian.
I love it. You're like, you're filming up the street. Oh, by the way, I'm a filmmaker.
I'm a filmmaker now.
Can we take over?
Yes, take over for a little bit. I'll be back.
What's up, everybody? Show me this mouse real quick. What do I see?
So now we're 3 out of 3 among the judges. I think we had 8 judges total. So 3 of 8 judges have felt the Sony A95 is the TV that was closest to the reference, and that was their choice. And second place being Samsung S95D. But remember, it's only 3 out of 8. Doesn't mean that Sony will win, because if the other 5 go the other way.
All right, which one of these is the clicker here? Okay.
Oh, actually, no, you just want to select.
Yeah, just give me an easy one.
Yeah, there you go. You need to select. So there you go. Yep, this one. Move this out of the way.
Yeah, make it easy
So
for you, boy.
The big red ball now belongs to you.
Awesome. Whoa, they disappeared. Where'd it go?
You got it?
It's gone. I don't even know where it went. I don't even see anything. Where the hell's everything? Dude, this freaking massive mouse. Where is it? All right.
Oh, there you go.
Now, what am I doing? Where's the...
There it is. There's the chat, right?
Okay, now how am I moving it around?
There you go. And then you have to click on it. So that's how you move it. Right? There you go.
Why is it doing that?
Well, because you're holding it down.
Oh, gotcha.
So click. Actually, click on the word right there at the broadcast. You click on that.
Oh. Oh, my God.
Okay, then we'll have to wrap it up. Okay, so we are going to come back late tonight with the results.
Yeah, I mean, they got like another...
Or longer. I think there is a controversy. Brian.
Okay, there might be.
Because obviously, if Sony has taken that large, maybe the lead was too large, and the other manufacturers are demanding a recount. So what we're gonna do? Like, no, this is not true. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a dinner break, but we will be
Well,
back.
we moved our reservation down to what? To 7.
To 7?
But I think we're still going to run out of time.
7. Let's see. It's
Because he's saying 6. You had 45 minutes. We're still going to miss the dinner.
actually no, let me get a double check. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
All right. What's up, guys? Sorry, this
Just
is.
first click on the word add to broadcast.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep. What's up, guys? How you guys doing? Sorry, I've been missing in action, letting the. I know. Tell me about it, Pistol. It's. I don't know why it's taking so. Well, they added so many more categories this year that it definitely. Their tallying is taking a lot longer than it normally does. So I'm sorry about that. But we've been kind of thinking it's like 30 minutes away, a couple minutes away. Burger King is always open. So yeah, everyone's been sitting out there. You know, none of us have really. It's all good, man. It's all good. What's up, John Hooper? Mad Pistol, SB. I just say what's up to you guys. I've not talked to you guys much in the chat today. So yeah, the plan was for us to stream the entire event, and yeah, I mean the camera's not mobile, unfortunately, and one of the judges has been a stickler about us not being able to film in there at all. So that hopefully will change next year, because we should be able to film the entire event, and maybe when the movie content comes up, switch it up. What's up, Julio? Terry, what's going on? What's up, Tim? Oh, someone saw his phone on his seat. Oh, nice. I will. Appreciate it. Well, I mean, it's funny, 555, the MLA wouldn't really help them in this regard, because it's simply still going to be about matching the reference monitor. So Voma's coming back in. I mean, the blinds, you know, it's not a bad idea, to be honest. We definitely need to do a bigger venue. The A95L is going to get robbed. I don't know, man. So far from what you guys are saying, it's going to win. But I mean, it's going to be, you know, if the Sony wins again, that's going to be, a lot of people are going to struggle with that decision. Simply because I think what our last guest said about them, you know, having the reference monitor, perceptually matching it is hard, you know. FOMO's replaced Brian with a shorter fellow. What do you mean? Do I look short on camera? They, no doubt, Steel's been bigger. Well, typically they would have food outside, but they had lunch briefly. I don't know what you're saying, Apple Jelly TV, what all that is. How are you, Apple Jelly TV? Richard looked like a little kid sitting between Brian and FOMO. Yeah, he's not. No one ever says that about FOMO. What do you say? What do you say, FOMO?
We're going to finish just in time. So we'll wait. I went over the numbers with them, the judges, and the number of judges left. We'll have an announcement in 45 to 50 minutes, which means it's perfect time because we get put out. So it's still tomorrow, so the time is...
All right, so what we're going to do is... All right, Dwayne's going to come in, formerly Dean Nice will be in here to talk. But what unfortunately we're going to have to do is we're going to have to do the announcement of the judges. So you'll get the win in this stream, and then we're going to have to cut off immediately after. So I think that's better than us streaming again later. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, Cypher, that's been kind of the thing with reference. What's reference? I said this earlier on the stream. I think the mini LEDs, so boring when FOMO not here. Dude, he just left 2 minutes ago, Eric. Like, what do you want me to do, man? The mini LEDs being so calibrated, they kind of really, they struggle. What's up, Dwayne?
Be back.
Oh, man. FOMO's down there. Kick him out. So we got D-Nice coming on here in a minute. What's up, Lisa?
I have no idea.
Yeah, you'll get a winner in 45 minutes. Oh, man, it's been like 3 hours. EX, love you too. Thank you. Thanks, Van Gool. I appreciate it. Give me a complex. I mean, it's hard. I mean, I would never agree with. My pleasure. Thank you for being here, everybody. I would think that having us as influencers or whatever, as judges, is probably not a good idea. I would think that. As far as, I've already been on camera saying I like the G4 when I saw it at the CES. So for us to talk so much about TVs, like our last guest, for him to be a filmmaker who doesn't really focus on TV technology is pretty cool, because he's actually checking it, kind of stepping away from TV technology. He's not following them all year long. So it's actually a pretty cool thing. So you have filmmaker enthusiasts looking at the accuracy versus TV guys that have been following the TVs all year. Quack Fu, what's up? What's up, Brad? What TV am I buying this year? For me, I would have bought the G4 at 83. I'm probably not going to buy it simply because, sadly, we don't watch much content. We end up pretty much just making videos, and then we barely use our equipment other than the test. So unfortunately, I don't really watch enough content. So by the time I would get it and hanging out, I would literally need a new TV. Not need one. But Brian, you started warming up to the S95D. Where are you now between? If the S95D was 83 inches, I would strongly consider it. I like the S95D a lot, especially being a gamer. And the matte screen doesn't really bother me as much as it once did. And there's no sign that there's going to be a QD OLED at 83 Mozart. There has been no indication that that's what they're looking to do.
Thank you so much, Brian and FOMO. It is so hard trying to talk for an indeterminate amount of time. Very indeterminate. And also a cutoff time coming. You rock, Brian.
Thank you. I had somebody say that it was boring the minute you left. One of our lovely people. And Eric. What's up, Eric? He's like, oh, it's boring when FOMO leaves. I'm like, dude, he's going 5 minutes.
Well, what's crazy is I don't know if Crypto is still here, but he said something earlier, and I had to save it because I thought it was so funny. He said that he was driving, and he saw me in my car listening to tunes, and then he didn't want to bother me. I'm like, how scary that would be? Yeah. I'm driving, going,
your clone's driving around?
Stop the phone. Like, what the hell?
Oh, he saw you in real life? That's scary, actually. Crypto, what's up, baby?
Maybe that was a good thing, right? Like, I just drove FOMO into an accident.
Yeah.
He got all distracted. So coming up is our good friend Dwayne Davis. Then we're going to talk to him about the changes this year, and of course his personal opinion as a person who's calibrated these TVs, all of them. And we're going to bring in John Reformato, another judge, right? So that will give us 4 out of 8 judges. So if all 4 vote for Sony, then at least Sony's got half the field. If he votes somewhere else, then there's a possibility. And what? I hear footsteps.
Oh, that's his ring music.
Footsteps coming. Dwayne Davis is here. Right.
No, I actually had to do what they call it with kids, the potty break.
I got you. So this is the man. He's the head calibrator for the Shootout.
Hey, guys.
And there's a lot of changes this year from last year. And
Yes.
so I wanted to share with them.
Sure.
First of all, a lot of the changes came about because of suggestions over the years.
Absolutely.
And this year, we're like, let's just do it all at once. And so let's go over the process. Sure. What's different? What's better?
Well, I would look at it like this. instead of saying better or worse, it's just different.
Okay.
So the very first thing that we did this year was we went ahead and kind of separated the OLEDs from the LCDs, simply because until LCD on the local dimming side gets to basically pixel level dimming, it just cannot compete contrast-wise with many scenes compared to an OLED. So we didn't want to this year kind of penalize psychologically with the judges by mixing them together.
You think it should have been a separate room if we had a room, Dwayne? Because I still think I'm looking over at them.
Well, and see, that's the observation. So originally the idea was to actually have one day OLED, one day LCD,
Yeah.
but from a judging perspective and schedules and things like that, it just was a nightmare, right? It wasn't feasible. So the compromise was to bring them together, but separate them.
Yep.
So
Separate monitors as well, right?
separate monitors also. So that was the compromise for this year. I mean, going forward, it does need to be kind of separated along with some other things that we also seen, because from my observation with the judges, after a certain point, I hate to say it, but they just became uninterested
Fatigue.
and
Yeah.
fatigued
Yeah,
with
too
the
much.
LCDs. It was just too much
Yeah, too
for
much.
them to really kind of sit and evaluate.
You think it was like the cleaning of the palette of going from one technology and then trying to
Yes.
reformat? So instead of putting them together, you kind of still had the same problem, but it almost maybe made it worse. Because you had to reset and look at a
Correct.
whole new...
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's
Yes.
almost like double the judging in a way, right?
That's exactly what it was. So, you know, the original idea of having on 2 different days for me is the better way to
It
do
would
it.
have been faster.
It would have been faster at the same time, especially with the judging. Yes, it would definitely have been faster.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that palette, you
Hit
know,
the reset button.
hit the reset button.
Yep, that's good.
Yep. So,
I mean, what's funny, even us talking about it before we see it live, the idea is very sound.
yes.
But then when you see them together, you're like, wow, that looks even worse.
Yes.
Because now all the ones with not poor local dimming, but inferior contrast ratio are all together.
Right. Yes.
So it's
exactly.
almost worse.
Yes. 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 Yes.
What was your, when choosing scenes, right? I know we did different
Yes.
scenes, almost everything was different. What was your thought process in choosing those scenes? I know you worked closely with Classy.
Yes.
So what were you looking at this year that wasn't being done prior years in those older
Well,
footages?
it was more so we're just trying to enhance it every year, just as a learning experience. And you know, the takeaways from prior shootouts is just keep everyone engaged. You can do that in many different ways, but also the content. If you vary your content, if you add different types of content into it, you can actually keep more people engaged. Like the Star Wars scene, for Rogue One.
Yeah.
That particular scene, it really got people engaged because
I like
it's
that.
Vader, just slicing everybody up.
It's funny you say that because Kenny, I think we were watching one of the scenes and we laughed. You were sitting right there
Yeah.
and he goes, do we have anything with any color?
Right.
And I think, but speak to me a little bit about choosing the content where it's almost, you're not really looking to make the TVs look their best. It's really a torture test on some of the scenes, correct?
Our goal, and my goal in particular, was to be fair to every single technology and manufacturer.
Okay.
We want to show the strengths and the weaknesses of everyone. So the content was kind of geared towards that. I will say, being honest, that some of the stuff was heavily in certain pieces, which I had to come in and overrule and kind of kill some of the stuff. So there was content that was not even seen simply because it was too heavy. And I can gauge the room basically and say, okay, people are getting tired of seeing the same stuff.
So it would have favored maybe one technology
Correct.
over the other? Okay.
Yeah. And even with specific, defects, so like low-level type stuff. Originally, there were probably 5 or 6 different pieces. Chop that down to 3, basically.
So if you know that many LEDs can't get there, it's redundant at a certain point,
Well,
or is it?
I wouldn't say that the mini LEDs can get there. It's better local dimming algorithms that need to be implemented, because even on the Spears and Munsell disc, when we did like the dynamic low, like the different red, green, blue channels, all of the mini LEDs just fell apart.
Yeah.
They cannot handle it, but that's a choice of the algorithm itself that the manufacturers put into place. But
it's across the board anyway.
It's across the board also. When you even saw that on the OLEDs also to a different extent, but there were true defects and deficiencies depending on which actual model you were looking at with each one of those actual channels. So that's something new that we actually brought into, because the regular dynamic low, which is just a grayscale pattern, most manufacturers know that that's usually one thing that they see, so they pretty much all try to gear towards. But when you break it down into red, green, and blue,
right,
you see something totally different. So now they see that and they're like, uh-oh. So hopefully next year, the great thing about the Shootout is it's a collaboration between us and the manufacturers, where it's designed to put the manufacturer in the position where they can observe how true people in the industry who actually work with this stuff every single day, how they actually see it, and how they will actually react to what they're seeing with the actual content, along with their technology and their choices of both tone mapping, what R&D they placed into, accurate grayscale tracking, et cetera, color space choices, color volume choices, all of that stuff is put, right in front of their face.
It's interesting, other than their labs, they're sitting one step away to
Correct.
see what you've chosen to put in
Correct.
front of their face.
Yes. So, this year we improved on what we were actually showing to truly say, hey, manufacturers, stop really paying attention to the brighter end. Start looking at your mid-range and your low APL stuff, because that's what content creators are really taking advantage of in the HDR side. Another thing that we did this year compared to last year is we put more emphasis on the HDR side than the SDR side, simply because that's where stuff is transitioning to. So we're trying to stay ahead of the actual curve also, but at the same time make sure the manufacturers are aware, okay, hey, you're going to have to start paying more attention to your HDR side, because none of the manufacturers' representation that we had at the Shootout have an actual true perfect HDR mode compared to the SDR mode.
Right.
Not to pick on LG, but for instance with LG, you have 3D LUT capability and precision that you can adjust on the SDR side, but good luck on the HDR side.
Oh, interesting.
So
you're talking about HDR.
yes.
So this question relates to HDR,
Yes.
and you've I know you've calibrated my Bravia 9.
Yes.
Have you calibrated a few Bravia 9s? His question, David Simons, super chat, thank you.
Yep.
Tested the B9 versus the A95L, and a lot of people are complaining the brightness pumping
Affects tone mapping.
affects tone mapping on the Bravia 9. Have you seen it? Have you heard about that? Because I know it's out there. I think What Hi-Fi is a reviewing publication. They noticed it as well.
The brightness pumping. So with different APL scenes with the Bravia 9, based on the local dimming setting, you can get flashing and fluctuating in the light output.
Which local dimming setting is the worst?
They all have their own problem. If you turn it off, yes, it gets rid of it. But you then at the native panel
that's no
black
good.
level,
Right,
which
right.
no one's going to
Might
look
as well
at.
get a direct view
Right.
TV.
Right.
direct lit
So
TV.
we have made Sony, of course, is aware of this. So they should be working on it and put it in the firmware fix. How long that is, I don't know.
Okay. And we have another question from our own KG. So KG is asking, FOMO, ask Dwayne his thoughts on what the G4 is doing this year that seems to be similar to Sony's always-on dynamic tone mapping for HDR. So I guess the processing in general that you can't turn
Yes.
off. Seemingly added emphasis on edge enhancement. Can you maybe extrapolate on
Sure.
that?
Well, what we've observed, and because we have the BVM right here to actually see it, they are doing non-defeatable dynamic tone mapping. That is clear. That's quite obvious, because with certain APL scenes, even with looking at APL scenes, which we can look at the waveform monitor on the 3110 and see where it is, we can clearly see that the LG is brightening up that information, although we have all of the dynamic control stuff and we've already programmed in the tone mapping points. So they are doing something What that actually is, I can't really say, but it's essentially what Sony has been doing for years in HDR, but it's just different.
Different.
It's very different. Even with the A95L, there were some scenes in HDR where it was too bright compared to the BVM.
Yes, I noticed that.
Yeah. So again, it tracked the PQ perfectly fine, with measurements, but that's the thing
in real
that
content, it
in
starts
real
to do its
content,
thing.
right? It has to do its thing. All of the features we turned off. The only thing, of course, that's a feature of the gradation preferred. Now, if we can turn that off, but to get it to track PQ, we have to change some other values, which would actually limit the light output. So this is kind of a compromise. So yes, it's doing it. It's doing it differently than LG. It's doing it differently than Samsung, which doesn't do it at all, by the way. But when you compare it to the BVM, the scenes where you would actually see it is less than, say, for instance, the LG.
Now, the question, kind of like the theme is, most people don't calibrate because it's expensive and they don't think they need it. Which of these TVs, you've seen a pre-calibrated post, can you get closest with just settings, like basic settings, not too deep into any of the craziness, would you suggest they get?
Well, that's going to depend. All of them could be the same thing.
Okay.
With basic 2-point grayscale, you can get them close.
Okay.
But you're going to fall apart more than likely on the lower end of the grayscale.
That's where the calibration.
Correct. That's where the calibration, where you go into the 10-point, 20-point, or even 1D LUT comes into play to truly get it to match. But yes, if you just do specific, RGB gain offsets, they all are great. Like every single one, every single LCD, every single OLED. So yes, they all would do it. So there's no winner, there's no real loser in that actual category for me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, let's get to the question everyone knows. You're not a judge.
Nope.
But you've calibrated these TVs and so forth. Which one would you take home for yourself? Which I think says it all.
For me,
Yes, for you.
I would take home any of the OLEDs.
Okay, so we narrowed it down to the OLEDs.
Right, simply because for me, and this is only for me, guys, I will only accept for video a emissive display or a reflective display.
Okay.
Not a transmissive display.
That would be LCD TVs.
LCD TVs are transmissive. Reflective would be projector.
Right.
So those are the only two display technologies I accept, because that's the only two display technologies that has been with us for pretty much almost 100 years, if you really look at it. So yes, LCD does have its strengths. For me, it has its own, use case and applications. But for my TV watching or my, movie experience, I can only do an OLED or I can only do a projector.
Among the OLEDs we have here today, G4, S95D, right?
So it's narrowed down.
No, I said all of them. No, I have all of them. It's because I have all of them at home.
Which one would you keep if you were only allowed to keep one? I know.
Oh, you put me on the spot here, FOMO. Now, come on.
All the judges have already said their piece, right? And I don't know if you were here for their interviews, but I won't show what it is until you tell me yours. And we know it's close. We say it's very close.
Based on what parameters? Let's talk about the parameters. So, are we speaking of SDR, HDR, Dolby Vision?
Let's do HDR.
Okay.
HDR, no Dolby Vision, because we know I would just say LG, but no Dolby Vision, HDR, and either streaming or disc. Let's just be a little flexible there. And
if I had to pick one.
Yep.
Oh gosh, that's a tough one, man. I will tell you this. Okay, the reason why it's a tough one because out of that, in that category, I would choose either the LG or the Samsung. The reason why I would choose the LG is because I have full access to the 1D LUT, and I can actually, which I've personally done on my 83G4, I can actually adjust every single grayscale point if I put enough time and effort behind it to make it absolutely perfect.
Right, this is your use case, folks.
Right.
So
right.
Don't.
However, I would also take the Samsung because on the Samsung with static tone mapping engaged, and if you calibrate it correctly, it tracks the PQ perfectly, and it comes closest to the BVM 310 and the 3110 in that actual mode. So for me, it's kind of like, that's a tough one for me to do. If I can put those two together, or if I can step back and go, say, for instance, like to the G2, which I also have, then I would have to go LG. But if I'm strictly speaking of 2024 models, that is incredibly difficult for me to actually, because it's simply, those are the two things that I like from both manufacturers. But overall, if you're forcing me, you put a gun to my head, I'm gonna have to say the G4 because of the 1D LUT.
And that's kind of essentially my discussion with Brian. We came up to the same conclusion.
But let me add on to that. That's only in the 83-inch or 77-inch size.
Okay.
Because the 65s have some problems for me.
The G4.
G4.
So let's share some of those issues in the 65, because I know people who haven't made the decision yet. They might want. It may not affect them, by the way. So what's the issue for you? And it could be unique to you.
For me, and from what I've seen in the units that I've seen, there are defects on the lower end of the luminance area that don't exist in the larger sizes. There should not be any difference, of course, because they're coming from the same plant.
So it's a panel uniformity issue.
It's not, I would call it panel uniformity, but at the same time, there's something going on in the actual factory calibration when it comes to coming out of black. For instance, on this particular unit that was here, and when I was speaking of those dynamic low patterns, on red and I think it was blue, as you went up from basically digital 64 up in the Spears and Munsell disc, you'll see it come out good, and then all of a sudden you get this spike in brightness.
Red of color or all color?
Brightness.
Okay,
just the brightness.
Okay.
On the one specific digital patch. Like, say for instance, if we're looking, so let me just give you an example. From 65 through 70, it's correct.
Okay.
Then at 71, it's way bright. Then at 72, it goes back down to where it should be and keeps going up. Then at say 79, it brightens up again. Then 80 goes back down to where it should be.
Interesting.
So with the 1D LUT, if I took 4 or 5 days and went through each individual 1,024 steps and adjusted by pulling the 1D LUT down, doing an adjustment, throwing it back onto the TV, remeasuring it, I can fix that. But for me, that's something LG should be doing on their own.
So they could have been doing that, and that saves you the time. So it's a calibration issue.
Correct. Yeah, it's a calibration issue, and that's what I've seen on multiple 65s. Now, I when I first saw it, I thought it was just a fluke of the panel, but no, I've seen this on multiple units and multiple batch sets from multiple months of manufacturing. So it's just one of those interesting things. So that's just what I've observed here. That's not to say there aren't any panels out there in the 65-inch range that doesn't do that. I just haven't not come across it. So I'm just my experience of what I've come across. So please don't put this out and say that all of the 65s are wrong. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just simply saying from what I've seen per different manufacturing batches and et cetera, I've seen this issue with the 65-inch lineup. That's all I'm saying.
And also, in real content, you may never see it because it may not have that particular patch of gray, right?
Well, here's the wonderful thing about any of these displays standalone in your home. They're all great standalone, like every single one of them. But when you put it against a reference, that's when you can truly see this stuff. So yes, you can consider this nitpicking, but in this actual environment and the caliber of and level of experience that we have here, this is what separates the men from the boys. So absolutely. that's what I'm explaining here. So that for me is something that's different between the G4 and the G3 of the same size.
No, I noticed when I walked in and they were doing the shadow detail, I think it was SJR scene. It was the fantasy movie one. And
Yes.
it was in the cave. And I noticed on the G4, it was slightly red or pinkish on the corners. And I was asking Classy, is that a uniformity thing? He goes, no. He thinks it's just a WOLED thing. Did you see that? And what do you think is the issue? And is that referring to what you're talking about?
It's uniform. That's not what I'm talking about, but that would be considered uniformity.
So that's a uniformity issue
Yes,
for
because,
that panel.
right, because if you put up full field grays and you go down to 0.5% stimuli, which is digital 17, and work your way up, you will start to see those artifacts. They will either appear as either a tinting or even a vignetting, one or the other.
Okay.
But if you see either one of those on the edges, as you go up in the different digital steps, they can do different things and with different color channels.
Okay.
So that's
Now,
what it is.
you may not know this answer, but we'll ask. Do you know if there's a TV that does integer upscaling?
Sony BVMs do it.
There you go. $30,000 TV.
But as far as a consumer TV, I'm not sure. Yeah.
I don't think they're marketing that buzzword. I
Right,
to
exactly.
See that in there.
No,
now,
but-
can you explain what it is and what the benefits are for those who don't know what
It's just
integer upscaling
simply,
is?
it's just how you do your upscaling. That's not really my expertise, so I don't want to misquote,
Gotcha.
some of the technical aspects of it. That will be more of one of my colleagues, David McKenzie, who is a judge.
Yes.
That's what he dabbles in. So
That's his
he
thing.
would be the expert to answer that one.
Okay.
So
Predictions.
Yes.
Now, you heard the mumblings or whatever. Do you have a prediction? Who you think is going to win the shootout? The second and third is probably up for debate, but is there a judge's favorite from what you've heard, or do you
Nope.
think it's close?
I put it to you like this. I intentionally this year tried to separate myself from the judges in that manner to get a gauge,
Okay.
because I want to experience the surprise of the winner this year.
Yeah.
Last year, because I was
yeah.
I was interacting so much with the judges, I kind of got the feel of, okay, who's going to be what. But this year, I don't know. I still personally think that the QD OLEDs will be above the WRG OLED on the OLED side. On the LCD side, the Bravia 9 and the Samsung were trading blows. Like,
Oh, that's a surprise.
yes,
That's great
the
to hear.
LG's entry will definitely, I can guarantee you from what I've seen, because of its local dimming algorithm,
Yeah.
it will be third.
And it doesn't have enough dimming zones, right? I mean, there's only so much
It's
you
not,
can do, right?
well,
Or-
it's not always the dimming zones, it's how you manage it.
okay.
And the management, unfortunately, for that particular model is, from what I've seen in previous shootouts, is probably in the lower three worst.
Which makes sense. They have OLED, so it's kind of,
It does, but for me, in the year 2024, no, it's not acceptable.
right.
Because
And it's
if
not
you,
cheap.
for me, right, if you're putting this stuff out for consumers, I'm a consumer advocate.
Yeah.
Don't put garbage out for any consumer to purchase. If you're not comfortable or you don't want to put the work behind the actual development of it, just omit it from your product lineup.
Fair
Just
enough.
omit it.
What would you like to do differently next year? Like, you've seen it happen, right?
Yes.
Is there one or two things you think, hey, you know what? Let's do it ABC next year instead. Or actually, before we get there, what are your thoughts on blind testing? Because that's some people ask
Blind
about
testing
it.
doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, blind testing does not matter. I know people think that it does. However, especially on the OLED side this year, there's no way to do blind testing.
And you with a matte screen, oh,
correct.
that's 95D.
You're going to immediately know that. So the blind testing, I get the concept of it, but people still will figure it out,
Yeah.
Easily, because every manufacturer does have their own flavor of processing at this point now.
Right.
But at the same time, this year the screen coatings were different. So also, well, that could be masked, but yeah, it's just the screen coding was different for that not to happen this year on the OLED side. On the LCD side, I mean, you can, and people probably would not be able to figure it out outside of, I guess, to do a proper blind test, you have to put whoever your judges in are for the shootout, and then basically a no-fly zone. And when I say no-fly zone, meaning that they cannot, until the shootout, experience, see, hear, listen to any comments or viewing of the displays that they're going to actually be reviewing. And that is the only way to really do a blind test and have the results be blind.
And move the TVs around between scenes
Yeah.
as well, because otherwise,
correct.
And
that's a lot of logistics behind that. So one thing that I would like to see for next year's shootout is how we arrange the panels. If the BVM is supposed to be the reference, then it should be in the center of all displays that you're comparing it against. It's the focal point.
How are we having it this year that's different? Because I did see them between two stacks, right?
Right. Last year was between two stacks, but that was the blended OLED LCDs thing.
Okay.
So look at that same stack. The problem with doing it in our format right here is because we didn't have 4 units.
We had 3.
We had 3. So what I actually wanted to do, but because of the stores, logistics and things like that, it couldn't happen this year. But hopefully next year, if it's in the store again, we'll do it that way. But still have the BVM in the center, but flank it at its angle. So you could have, like in this setup, BVM's here.
Right.
At this corner, you would have the LG G4. On the right corner, you can have the Samsung S95D.
Okay.
And flanking at the bottom center, top bottom, you can have had the Sony. That way, the focal point is still...
They're all within the same distance from that, so you're not shifting.
But even that would kind of show bias to whoever is right below the BVM.
I was going to say that,
That can show the bias, so it's kind of challenging to do that with 3 displays and 1 BVM.
So if you had 2 displays and 1 BVM, would you do top, bottom, with it in the middle, or side by side?
Well, in this setup, my ideal choice with just the 6, if we had the resources to do it, put a BVM per panel.
Each panel has their own BVM, like right below it, let's say, right?
And then have spacing between them, but it would be, from a logistics perspective of the judges, it's going to cause even more fatigue with them because they're going to have to move from one to the other.
Right, and
it
have to be directly in front of the BVM.
But it would improve the observation with the LCD side, but then that goes back to separating the OLEDs and the LCDs into 2 distinct days.
Yes.
Then you can do that. So we have a lot of work to discuss and talk about, in our debrief of this. So it's kind of like we don't know what's going to happen for next year because we don't know what's going to be available to come into the shootout.
But let's talk about the content. Were you happy with the content you chose this year? What would you do differently with content selection, whether it's streaming, sports, just whatever? Because I know we tried all new content this year.
Yes.
And how did it come out for you?
Well, we did bring some things from last year into this year.
Okay.
However, we did change a lot of the content. For me, and from everything that I've seen, it's more so keeping people engaged with the actual judging
content
and the judging, right? And you can do that with the content. We can improve that even further, to bring the excitement to it. So, maybe add more action scenes with explosions and bang bangs and this like that, or
I thought you were gonna say the classic cleavage can't go wrong.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Or that was my next thing. Or bring some lovey-dovey into it. And that would also keep them engaged. Right. But at the same time, we have to manage and limit how many pieces of content we demonstrate per metric.
Yeah.
Because you go too far, you run into the fatigue thing, which clearly is shown here. So there are many opportunities that we're going to work.
6:30. They've been here since 10. I think, you guys started at 10:30?
Well, we started almost at 11 a.m.
Okay.
So our main goal from last year to this year was to drop, the time in doing this, but with some, right, it kind of went longer, but at the same time, we had some technical difficulties with the switch, so that kind of extended some things. Then the lunch went beyond what it should have been, so there were other things that caused it to go.
We didn't have a lunch enforcer.
Correct. Yeah. So, but when we were actually doing the judging was actually was shorter this year compared to last year, which we did achieve. So.
And, we had to show this.
Yeah.
Apple Jelly loves your style, your outfit.
Thank you.
And I have to say, my wife says the same thing. He goes, "Who is that guy?" I'll go, "That's Dwayne." "Why is he so sharply dressed? What's wrong with the rest of you?"
Listen, presentation matters. Presentation matters to me. So, with this event, I got to bring my A game.
Yeah, that's it, right? I love it. All right. So let me see. I'm going to ask you one last question, which is just TVs in general.
Yes.
Where do you think manufacturers should be focusing on? Because we're very close. They're so close. Right. Where should they be focusing their resources for the next few years to improve the TV for you?
Depends on the manufacturer you're talking about.
Okay.
But for all manufacturers, I will say this. Because the world is getting more and more into HDR, from a display perspective, and yes, this can be done, manufacturers, because I do know other manufacturers that have already implemented with different display technologies.
There you go.
However, number one, we need access to the 3D LED on the HDR side, and number two, we need stability in the actual measurement of HDR at that actual brightness level. Because what's going on now is, which everyone knows, as you keep the pattern on the screen, number one, it's going to shift and skew in tint for colors. It's going to shift on the grayscale. So that is, for me, based on working with other display technology manufacturers, that really is a coding thing that they can implement to take the data that they're already getting from the display with temperature and doing offsets per temperature that they're reading in real time.
Right.
They're already doing it now, or at least they claim to be doing it now.
Now, this would allow you to get the given panel more accurate. It allows you to do your job.
Right, because believe it or not, which most people don't really understand, if something is shifting during measurement and patterns in HDR, it's doing the exact same thing in content. The difference is with content, everything's moving so fast, and plus there can be so many colors on the screen. Your brain can only process so much at a given time.
Right.
But only thing you have to do is put on an HDR version of a black and white movie and put it on pause, and just watch what happens.
What does that? I've never done that.
Let's have a conversation after you do it.
So,
what you're going to see is you'll see the grayscale shifting. You'll see the color, the content. It will shift. It might go magenta. It might go blue. It might go green, or it might just do a shuffle.
So find a modern HDR movie in black and white. Oh, you know what's in black and white? Is
Roma on Netflix. If you can still find it, Roma's a good one.
How about Oppenheimer? They have black and white scenes.
Oppenheimer, yes. Or take the Mad Max Fury Road Chrome Edition.
Chrome Edition. That's black and white.
It should be black and white. I think it's black and white in HDR. Or the Logan movie.
Oh, really?
I don't remember if it's in HDR though. But find a black and white HDR movie. What's another one? Doctor Strange Love is in black.
Right?
Or on Apple, right? Even on the Apple TV, the iTunes version is in Dolby Vision, I think it is. But yeah, that's black and white. Just anything black and white, and just watch what happens.
So when you put it on pause.
When you put it on pause, more so. But even while, if you're really paying attention, like I would be, while it's moving, it's still, and it goes into brighter scenes. Yeah, you're going to see the shifting. It's just going to fluctuate.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, manufacturers. I don't know if they're still on the stream, but they probably are waiting for the results.
Yeah.
I think that's...
Yeah, it's just...
There's a lot of work to be done. It feels like we're so close, but it seems like we're not.
We're really not. For me, when it comes to content, accuracy-wise, if we look at it accuracy and gauge it into what year we're in, On the HDR side, we're probably in the 2010 to 14 era of SDR on the HDR side.
Right.
Whereas everyone has basically nailed SDR,
Yes.
especially LG with their 3D LUT capabilities. They nailed
That was
SDR.
for
It
SDR.
absolutely, you can get it absolutely perfect.
Okay.
So it's now to do that same level of effort on the HDR side. And yes, the HDR is different, but at the same time, you have engineers that can just do some math and do some engineering to basically mitigate and compensate for the heat that's going to build up from running your panel at those high nit levels, and take into account the voltage changes, et cetera, to keep everything stable. Again, it's already out there in a different technology that I work with the manufacturers. And yes, it does exist and it can work. And that actual technology actually gets a lot hotter than any of these OLEDs out there. So, or these these mini LEDs. So yes, it does exist.
Okay, so since you have so much experience with SDR and HDR
Yes.
on the calibration side, and you've seen all the images, both versions, do you believe, Getty has a great question,
Yeah.
is HDR overrated compared to SDR? Like, is
Oh,
it
wow.
that much more awesome? Or what are your thoughts? Same movie, if you watch an SDR and HDR done properly.
Well, that's a good question. So for me, because I've been doing so much stuff with HDR on the consumer side of house, at home, if I really want to experience and enjoy the colorist work, I'm going to watch the SDR version, because on my LG G4, it's a 3D LUT for the colors, so I know my colors are going to match the Sony BVM that it was made on anyway.
Okay.
When it comes to, if I want to, do anything, I don't really care. I just want to see what's going on the HDR side and give me experience in, experience pulling myself into the dynamic range that they're doing and getting more real world dynamic range.
Right.
I'm going to go to the HDR side.
Okay.
So that's why, but in general, at home, I prefer the SDR side of things now than the HDR side.
And so that kind of, to me, it says it feels like it's overrated. If you prefer SDR, it's not like HDR is better, it's different.
No, it's not overrated, because again, I work with other display technologies that you can do a 3D LUT in HDR4.
And that's when you're like, whoa.
Exactly. I get that same color quality and accuracy on that technology that does not exist on my wonderful consumer level LG G4 A95L S95D at home.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're not quite there yet. It's not, when done right, it's not overrated.
When done right, it's not overrated at all. So yeah, absolutely.
So, thank you so much, Dwayne.
My pleasure.
Looking forward to your debrief with the team. And I'm going to check on the results right now.
Yes.
And, Brian, you want to sit down and hold on as I check the results?
Yeah, because I want to know who the winner is myself, because I don't know.
Let's find out. I'm excited to find out. Hey, Brian, can you pick up real quick? Good.
What's up, guys? I'm back. Hope that was educational. Is Brandon in the house? Rob is actually with Epson. Now, still talk to him. Rob will actually be back on the channel to talk about Epson and TVs in general, but I'll say one thing about Sony, that they're a very tight group, so he's still very close to everybody. JT is taking over for a good part of what he's doing, so I appreciate you guys giving JT a lot of love. So it's definitely something I'm glad you guys do. But yeah, Rob, you'll still talk to Rob. He'll still be here. What's that, the dinner? Yeah. I mean, so if we get to a certain point, we'll have to do a cutoff, and we'll have to just tell you guys after. Dart Man. That's not Terry, Miss FOMO. Larry from Sony's actually. Is that Larry? What's up, baby? So yeah, so Larry, I'm gonna blow up Larry's spot, but Larry from Sony is in the chat, and Larry actually has the podcast with Derek. What?
Are you shitting?
All right, I don't want to hear this, but anyway, yeah. So Larry's in the chat. Larry, you've seen Larry in the Sony videos. It does an amazing job. And then Larry and Derek actually do the service video podcast. So you can hit them up and talk to them. They actually have a pretty cool podcast, and we're definitely doing something together with Larry and Derek on camera. So what's up, Larry? So I think FOMO's about to give some news that this might be much, much longer.
We have an update. So it looks like another hour.
Oh my God.
So we're going to take our dinner break. We're going to put up a nice little message here, which is we'll be back in an hour with the results. So, enjoy yourselves. We'll actually keep the stream on. Why not, right?
Oh, this Eric Bergen, more educational than you. What a troll! Thanks, Eric. I appreciate it. I'm gonna call you right out. Put your comment on there. Why you talk smack, Eric? I'm about to kick you out of here.
Why you hurt us?
What a jerk! Call you a jerk. Unbelievable. More educational. Get a teacher then. I don't know what to tell you.
All right. So we're gonna take a quick break. I'll put up a message. You guys can grab dinner, whatever. I'll leave the stream running, but if people come in, go, what happened? I'll have the message up, counting the scores. We'll be back with the results at 6:45 Eastern time now, so maybe 7:45.
Yeah.
So we'll see you in an hour, guys. Be nice, play nice. Lisa, you have moderator power. Kick people out who are mean. She's very cruel if you're mean. Don't be mean. Don't yell and scream. And wait. Oh, no. And if it's true, Robert could come in and talk. So, Robert, if it's true, but I just spoke to the team, it looks like it could be another 45 minutes. But if you can come in and let us know, come on in and sit down. We'll come back, Robert.
So you're going to go ask Robert now? Because, I mean, we're already past the 15-minute mark. We moved dinner down.
Oh, yeah.
2 hours.
Yeah. So, yeah, what do you tell Robert? And I'll put up a message real quick, and then we'll be back.
We want to address this super chat because I'm not going to talk about that.
Oh, yeah, no.
I'll just say thanks for the super chat. That's about it.
Hey, Mankite, thank you for the super chat, but we don't want to create controversy in the middle of the stream.
We're not putting anything on screen like that.
So we're not going to do anything controversial. But thank you for your support and your super chat.
Appreciate it. Yeah, if you want to switch that question up, we'll be glad to put it up.
Yeah. So go talk to Robert real quick, and I'll put up a notice. You guys are awesome for waiting.
Hey, I'm Chris, by the way. We haven't met.
Oh, hi.
You're in one of my picks. Should I just have first name stop, last name the FOMO?
That's how I normally do it.
That's how you go by?
First name stop, last name FOMO.
Mr. FOMO. Just wanted to see if you wanted your real name in there. Okay.
Thank you, my friend.
No problem. Stop. It's that FOMO. Yeah, well, I asked if you wanted to use the stuff. The phone break, and so it's like I went to we're not getting egg noodles and ketchup. somebody go back to the best take what you wrote, go to ChatGPT and say, rewrite this, make it smart. That's not computer. Already too smart. Rewrite this. Make it sound like me. Make it sound like me. I mean, it's commercials about that kind of stuff. Like, students, I mean, it's like, yeah, I forgot to do my work. It's a good thing I have Microsoft AI. Do my presentation for me. Summarize the sales numbers. I'm like, that is work. You're getting paid for something. For AI. And anyway, whatever. I've tried AI a couple of times. It didn't work out. Have you fooled around with ChatGPT? I like tried to summarize it. Turn a press release into a I've tried my brother's. Is that the latest? AI. I'll try it out. I think it's way too many errors to work on. Yeah. Errors, like context errors, like this does not make sense. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how wrong it is. Last time my car was somebody took used all three of the pictures and did a chat GPT rewrite of one. What? And Robert posted it. And like Robert, that is not my work, but he used all my pictures and he like took credit for it. He was like, oh, I'm sorry. Unknown site that just has AI posted it. It's not plagiarism, we're just not identifiable because he was changed enough. Read this again. If it sounds natural, it sounds really weird to me. Those are definitely my pictures. So he's like, oh, I'm sorry. I think this guy wants to click one of my pictures. I gave you credit. You know what I did? You know what? Honestly, I don't care. I give you credit. No, but I just their store or their website. I'm like, well, they have this nice video. Like, not everything. You're still cutting it. I gotta get going. So, and one of my daughters watched it. And she was like, yeah, backwards. At the end of the video, it was like, going over the show backwards. Whoops. I was like, yeah, I don't think it's going to this. I'll step out for a minute. Yeah, so
Check audio.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Give me this. Where's the mouse? Oh, okay.
All right, start talking.
All right, can you guys hear me? Yes, Lisa, what's up? Cali's finest demon, what's up? So we are back, and we're gonna get the winner right now. Any moment they're gonna announce it. FOMO is actually out there, gonna capture it, and we'll have the results. You have sound? No sound? Sound? No sound? You guys have the sound? You can't hear us. Okay, hear me. Okay. Echo. I don't even know how to change it. So, love you, baby. All right, guys. So we're out there right now. I'm not going to know the results right now until Magnavox time. All right. Hold on. Oh, he's like, and Robert's still taking a year talking about it. Like, don't drag it out, bro. Don't drag it out. Here we go. A95L. Sony A95L won by, I think, 2 points. So we'll have Robert come in and do the particulars of what what categories it won. It sounds like the G4 might have came in second place. I'm not sure. All right, so mini LEDs. JT bought them dinner. Bravia 9 won the mini LED. Okay. Time for the forum damage control should be fun tonight. All right, so you're going to have them come in and explain the sheets anyway.
They actually had to go into the second decimal place to pick the winner. And when you break it out into the second decimal place, the difference is 0.6.
So it looks like the difference between the first place and the second place was 0.06. So things were very, very close. And literally tallying the score took 3.5 hours. So... Hold on 1 second, guys. No, 0.06, not 1.6.
Yes, thank you LG Display for pioneering our OLED fetish that we have.
All right, guys. So it looks like the A95L is the winner overall, but keep in mind that that doesn't necessarily mean that's the best TV for you. That'll always be the conversation. So whatever you have as your favorite TV, for me, it's still the LG G4 is my favorite, but would that be the most accurate with the way these TVs are being tested? I don't know. I mean, it looks like the S95D might have come in second place, so which is pretty amazing considering the matte finish or the anti-glare finish. The A95L is officially a 2020. It came out, it's not even a year ago, so, you know, there's some debate whether it should have been included. It is a carryover, but it is the, you know, it's a good point saying that it maybe shouldn't have been included, but it's going to be interesting to hear how they broke it down. Yeah, Dwayne Davis was on talking before we broke for dinner about, you know, what he thought about it, but it's interesting. I already named it. Yeah, I already heard it. So so we have E95L is the overall winner. Bravia 9 is the mini LED. Who came in second place?
Samsung S95D.
S95D.
So, now, the emphasis is this. The S95D won 2 categories outright. Sony won the other categories outright. But
G4.
the difference between the
0.01.
0.06.
0.06, okay.
0.06 to the second decimal point between the A95L and the S95D. So it's just a kind of QD OLED win, so to speak. But the funny thing is, on the mini LED side, same difference. Sony Bravia 9.
The G4 won nothing.
I mean, they had the categories.
I protest!
So we're going to get the scoring from Robert. He's going to be here. He's going to break down the categories for you guys real quick.
Okay.
But ultimately, though, if you add it up, it was very close on all 3. But closest between Sony and Samsung on both the mini LED side and the OLED side.
Yeah.
But it was surprising. Samsung won the 2 categories I thought Sony would win, which was HDR in a bright room. Samsung won. The QN95D. I did not expect that. And there was one more. But yeah, these are interesting. So, you know, sometimes you got to have a shootout to find out who wins what, right?
All right, okay.
But on the flip side, it was, again, all 3 were close, but Sony did win by a nose, as they say.
Yeah, I really thought that the Alpha 11 was going to push it past. I thought personally the G4 was going to win it all. So I'm actually pretty surprised.
I thought the S95D would win it all, so I came close.
Yep. So I didn't come close at all, apparently. So the G4 is third?
Yeah, out of 3.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So
gorgeous.
You guys heard the judges, though. They explained why the G4. So the judges had exactly the same, which is why it was good. We had at least 3 judges. They had the A95L, S95D was very close, but the G4 looked good, but it wasn't as competitive. And each of them went to the reasons why the G4 wasn't quite up to par.
Yeah.
With the QD OLED, basically. So I think on LG Electronics side, they know what they need to do.
Dude,
right?
Jen has a great comment. Does that mean the 3rd gen Samsung QD OLED panel is worse than the 2nd gen? That's a good comment, Jen. That's a good point.
Wait. Let me get into that.
It's definitely not a 3rd gen.
What did we say about processing?
Yeah, that's true.
The 3rd gen is on Samsung, and Samsung's processing isn't the same as Sony's.
Yeah.
So if the third, I mean, it's so hard because how much of this is processing
Like a
and how much
G4, a
is
turkey and overhyped Michael Cohen. Now it's going to be the G4's worst nightmare that it didn't win.
This doesn't mean that Brian's not going to get the G4. If
I would still buy it in a
77
heartbeat.
inch.
I would still buy it. I still think it's amazing.
Even Dwayne, he was here. He explained why he liked the G4.
Yep.
Right. So we all have our reasons, but it's not to say the A95L will win everything. But however, those that have the A95L,
Back-to-back champion? Come on.
you got to enjoy it.
Was the A9G a back-to-back champion or no?
No.
Only 1 year.
I think it skipped a year, the following year, right?
We did we actually didn't do it.
But let me bring in Robert real quick for all the categories.
All right. Brian gonna need a tech therapist. I mean, I understand it. It doesn't change for me, guys, personally. I'm not sure to change it for you. It doesn't change for me. Like what I would choose with my own eyes and the way I watch content. It doesn't change anything for me. But for many of you, it might. So it might change the way you're thinking about it. The A95L is awesome, and it literally is probably the most refined As we said, it took the most updates. It's been out the longest, but it came out last year in October. So in theory, it was released the last week of September and early October. So it really is, again, I wish you guys could have seen the way the TVs were seen. Not because it's not done correctly, it's just done so accurately to the way a lot of you guys don't watch your TVs. It's great to have the title as the TV King, but I don't know, it's still kind of, what would you personally want? The most accurate TV? That's kind of what we're talking about here. Is it the best TV? I don't always go by that, but interesting results. I'm actually surprised. I thought the G4 was going to win, to be honest, just because the Alpha 11. I knew MLA wasn't going to be a big player in it.
We'll talk about the results tomorrow.
All right, so it looks like we're going to actually pick this up tomorrow and talk tomorrow about it.
I think Robert spent.
I think he shot.
So what we'll do is we'll go over all the details. We'll post it online, obviously.
Yeah, we'll break it down tomorrow. But look, Brian seems depressed. So let me just tell you guys this.
Let's just drown our sorrows.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this.
And steak.
Well, here's the thing, and this is what I'll say to you guys pretty plainly. How impressionable are you, right? Meaning, does this... Everyone calls me Brain. Bunch of dyslexic people out there. Everyone calls me... My own kids call me Brain. How impressionable are you? Is this going to make you choose exactly what you're going to buy? So it all depends on what... So for me, this changes nothing. If I'm buying a TV based on what I see with my own eyes, the way I watch content, my choice is exactly the same. If you go by the king of TVs and now it changes your thought process, that's great. You should do that based on being an enthusiast that wants the most accurate image. Based it on anything else, you're just going by the name of king of TVs. So think about if you're that purchaser. If you're that purchaser who wants the most...
I was that purchaser.
Yep.
I bought the A9G because I didn't know anything about TVs.
But are you that purchaser now?
I have the A95L. I have the S95D. I have the G4. And the one I'm keeping for my personal use is the G4 and the S95D. The A95L is, I think, going to the family because I know they appreciate it. But ultimately, I know what I'm looking for myself. But definitely, hearing you guys heard the three judges.
So let's do it quickly. SDR reference.
Wait. Let them capture it here first. Right?
Yeah. So they can't see that.
Screen capture, guys. All right.
So this will be available online. So what we have first is SDR reference. The G4 was 8.7, the S95D was 8.9, and the A95L was 9.1. So that's SDR reference. SDR bright room. The LG was 8.7, the S95D was 9.1, which is fascinating as a bright room. So it really did, that finish did help it.
And it's SDR though.
SDR, and the A95L was 9.0. So the G4 got beat pretty handily by the S95D in that category. That wasn't a close, 90.1, 8.7. HDR General, G4 8.8, S95D 8.6. Listen to this though, A95L 9.3.
And that's what put him over the top.
That is a large delta between the two. HDR dark scenes, the G4 was 8.2. Look at this swing. The S95D, 9.2.
Dark scene. That's
a massive delta. And then the A95L lost that one by 9.1. Those are the ones where they won. HDR bright scenes, 8.4 for the G4, 8.9 for the S95D, and 9.1 for the A95L. Streaming.
Here's the shocker.
Here's the shocker as well. Even with the Alpha 11, 7.3 for the G4, S95D 7.8, and the A95L 7.9. So it kind of goes against our thoughts about...
No, go ahead. Keep on talking. We're leaving? You're leaving?
Yeah. We're done in 2 seconds. Did
you guys hear the part about it being a second decimal?
Yes.
The 0.06 win.
Yes, we did. We were very clear about that.
Yeah, and I already
And
changed.
we'll
So
be back
it's a
to do a follow-up
0.06
tomorrow anyway.
So then the very last, we're going to bounce after this. So overall, the LG G4 scored an 8.4. The S95D was an 8.8, and the last one was 8.9. That's the first one. His is the top one, and then that one. So, in many ways, that wasn't a very close comparison. I know it goes back into decimal points.
Yeah.
But, you know, yeah, I'll leave it all there. You out?
Yeah, I think
All
we're
right,
done.
okay,
It's
bro.
late.
So those are interesting scores. I mean, where I would say the biggest difference that catches me completely off guard is the HDR dark scenes having the LG score an 8.2 versus the 9.2 in the S95D.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 10-point
We didn't
swing.
know. So Samsung went back to the drawing board. They lost last year on the
On that one, yeah.
And so they actually did something.
But for streaming, again, we talk about processing. To have the S95D, which should have been the weakest of the three, pretty amazing that it scored that.
Definitely. And so, hey, you know what? They were watching the right streaming stuff. We are going to check out right now. Thank you so much for hanging out. We're going to be back tomorrow to discuss the results.
Yeah.
We're going to bring in Classy, who personally tabulated it. You might want to blame him if you think he did a miscount. We'll talk to him about it tomorrow. And we're going to have fun. The results were great. The Samsung did, I thought it would win. So this is exactly what I expected.
Yeah.
A close call by 0.06. And my friends, until next time.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for being patient and hanging out with us.
you.
Love you guys.